Namaskar and a very good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected industry leaders, delegates, participants. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sarush Sharma, and on behalf of ICEMA, it's my honor and pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the annual session 2024 as we gather today to discuss a pivotal topic: construction equipment industry, transforming India's tomorrow from vision to reality. It's our privilege that amongst today, for the opening session, we have as our guest of honor, Dr. Arvind Virmani, Honorable Member Niti Aayog. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Sachidanand Shukla, Group Chief Economist, L&T Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. V. Vivekanand, President ICEMA and Managing Director, Caterpillar India Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. Deepak Shetty, President Designate ICEMA, CEO and Managing Director, JCB India Limited. And Mr. Jaswinder Bakshi, Vice President ICEMA and Senior Vice President and Head CE, CV and Equipment, Finance, Tata Capital Financial Services Limited. A very warm welcome to all of you. And before we begin, may I request all the esteemed dais to come forward for a group photo, please. We look forward to the invigorating deliberation discussions being held in this session. I hand it over for the opening remark to Mr. Deepak Shetty. Thank you.
Once again, a very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome Dr. Arvind Virmani, Member, Niti Aayog, and Dr. Sachidanand Shukla, the Group Chief Economist, Larsen & Toubro Limited. India today is at a cusp of development, and it is very important that at this juncture, when we see the capitals, particularly the financial capitals of the world, facing challenges, India today stands out as a beacon of hope. Last few years, under the vision of the Honorable Government, the way the economy has progressed in the country, today we are very proud when we mention that India is the fastest growing economy in the world. And I'm sure there are many in this room who know about how in the past India's growth was given a particular term by the leading economies of the world. So a huge transformation has taken place from where we were and where we are. One of the cornerstones of this development that has taken place in the economy has been the growth in the infrastructure sector. And what is very heartening is last few years we have seen that in spite of all the challenges, the government has continued to focus on infrastructure development. And this year too, while there were expectations that in the interim budget, maybe the focus may waver or change, the government has been very steadfast in its focus, which has been further reinforced by the Honorable Finance Minister during her budget speech. 3.4% of the GDP is earmarked for the infrastructure capex, which is very heartening. And this last few years, this focus has continued. And we, as a part of construction equipment sector, have certainly benefited from the government's focus on infrastructure development. Along with that, we are also very proud that we are contributing with our world-class equipment to improve the quality of infrastructure, improve the productivity on these big projects, and most importantly, also give products which help build infrastructure, keeping an eye on sustainability. So friends, today we have two very eminent experts, I would say, and it will be very good to hear from them, not only about where we are, but more importantly, how what is their vision for the next 25 years or the whole journey in Amrit Kal towards the Viksit Bharat, that the vision that all of us carry. And who better than Dr. Arvind Virmani, with all his years of experience, and I know all of us who are a little bit of interest in economy have seen his contribution over the years in shaping the economic policies of the government, in driving the focus on the economic development. So on this note, I would request our guest of honor, Dr. Arvind Virmani, to give us his ideas on Vikasit Bharat transforming India by 2047. Put your hands together for Dr. Arvind Virmani, please.
Yes, is this the... So, I'm kind of a quasi-academic, so I tend to talk too long, and so I might rush through things. But anyway, let me start, Mr. President, Vice President, and next President, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm going to talk about the medium long-term future, and there are so many things I always have difficulty picking out, but anyway, in case there's time, the more personal things, if you want to ask me questions, I'll be happy to answer. So, for those who don't know, NITI is a think tank, and really, as of now, there is no official paper or anything on Viksit Bharat. So this is really my view and approach to developed India, if I may call it. Okay, so I'm just going to focus on a few things. I'll start with a little bit of what I call facts and myths, because they are so prevalent and they distort our thinking, and the solutions we are looking for. Then I will talk about three global trends: demographics, manufacturing, supply chains, and services unbundling. And then maybe wrap it up with a little bit of the positive future. So first, on employment, wages, and skills. There is a lot of things I read every day and see on TV. I don't actually watch TV, but people tell me, on the unemployment rate. So what I have here is data on employment. And you see those blue and orange graphs. There are two ways we measure employment in industry. And we have data called PLFS from 2017-18 to 22-23. That's about 7 years of data. And it's absolutely crystal clear. This is the working age population ratio, which is the ratio of jobs to population. They are on an uptrend. And I don't see how people keep talking about lack of jobs, no jobs, unemployment. These graphs are very clear. Both of them, the uptrend is very clear. Why is this important? Because this is the base from which we have to build for the future. So if you keep talking, so what does it mean? What is the worker population ratio? That means the number of jobs created is greater than the rate of growth of population. Simple meaning, okay? And some of these numbers tell you what the rate of growth is. But one of the complications is that we have different types of workers: casual workers, salaried workers, self-employed, and what happens in these is quite different. So people say, okay, jobs are increasing, but they are low quality. Okay? People are being forced to take them. So among these three categories of workers, casual workers is supposed to be the lowest category of workers. So what is happening to them? Okay. Here's a graph of real wages, that is wages adjusted for inflation, and the worker population ratio of casual workers. Okay. What does it show you? It shows that the real wage is growing up simultaneously with the number of casual worker jobs. For anybody who's tried to hire workers, that means there is a more demand for workers. That's why the wage is going up, right? Or the productivity is increasing. So again, this myth doesn't stand if you look at the available data for the last 7 years. Unfortunately, we don't have a consistent series before that, so I can't link it. So I take a consistent series, because then the questions of how you're linking it and all that does not arise. So what is happening here? These are not being pushed in. There are not enough workers. Their real wage is going up. That's what this shows very clearly. That the line is very clear. Then there are lots of myths about poverty and distribution. Very quickly, this is the last slide on this. There are two parts to it. There is two international poverty lines which I use, which is 1.99, 3.2. And if you look at the first line, let's simply, the rest are similar. The poverty from 2011-12 to 22-23 has gone down from 12% to 2%, a 10% decline over this period of roughly 10 years. There is a more stricter poverty line, again international, so no discussion, arguments about it, which shows that this higher level line or measure of poverty has gone from 53.6% to 21.8%. That is the all India below the 3.2. So poverty has clearly gone down. There is absolutely no doubt about it. And by the way, I'm not taking others' numbers. I've worked on these numbers myself, which are given on the right here. There's an IMF paper which I was involved in called BBB. Okay, so poverty is going down. Okay, so people say, distribution is worsening. Well, there's a standard measure of distribution which is called Gini coefficient. And you can see from there it is declining. That minus means is good. It's better. The distribution of consumption behind this data has improved, not worsened. Okay, then there's a problem for those who want to talk about poverty. They say, okay, the top X% to bottom X% is worsening. No, I have personally done that calculation. The top 5% ratio to the bottom 5%, that has improved during these 2 dates. These are just myths. They are wrong. What's the problem? In my view, it's skills. I won't have much time to go into it, but skilling is the basic problem. It is not, and the way I put it generally is that employment and skills, jobs and skills are two sides of the same coin. That's the problem, because skills improving, whether you're employed or getting into the market, means productivity goes up, your real wages will go up. So the real problem here is skilling. And of course, basic education. You can't have skills without the basic. Okay. Okay, let's go to the positive side. So that is the myth. So this is the ground I'm building on. And for those who are more interested, there is a working paper. I'm just revising it. It should be put into it, which has all the answers you seek. I won't be able to give them to you today. Don't have time. Okay. So demography. Yeah, I have to turn this side. I'm missing everybody's face. Because, oh, there is. Okay, okay. That's better. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't see it. Yeah, that's better so I can see everybody. Okay, so the table on the right, this is a key. This is the future. One thing I'm going to tell you is those 3 trends are going to be very, very important for India. Of course, they come from the world. This is the global. So what I have there is, again, the worker population ratios of different countries and the shares of different countries. So the first column here gives you the change in share of workers population ratio in the world. Okay, all red. You see the red lines, except at the bottom 2 countries, Vietnam and India, which had a rise in the global share of workers. Let's put it simply. Okay, so the number of potential workers, let's say. Okay, potential meaning they are actually working. We are not saying they are sitting at home. They are workers. Okay, so and then you look at the next 30 years, the second line, everybody is going to be declining, including Vietnam, except India. So the demographics are very clear. The labor intensive, the semi-skilled intensive, and similar things which involve labor, India is going to be at the core of it. Okay? That's the basic point of it. So what does it mean? In the last line on the left, what I have said is comparative advantage. This is a concept we economists have. Maybe others may find it a bit odd, but it's the same thing what I said. The comparative advantage of the country as a whole is going to move from low skill to middle skill to high skill. That's the key point about it. So we have to team up with other countries with different comparative advantage, and then we can accelerate the growth. Okay. So, the problem of the quality and so on comes up. Remember, there's no questioning of numbers, right? We are 1.4 billion people. And there is no set of countries even which can match it. That's the point in that first table. So people say, okay, what about the resource pool? I just put together some numbers. I'll just read them because we'll run out of time otherwise. So one of the things which comes up often is that people say that, and I'm talking about the recent part, I'm not talking about today and the future of China, I'm referring to China, that they've moved into high tech. It turns out no. It's all labor intensive in the high tech sector. What they have done is they systematically focused on labor intensive, whether low skill or middle skill, areas in those product categories. They are not foolish. They know that that is not, was not. I'm not talking about the future, the e-cars, etc. It's a whole different story. I won't have time for that. But the past, okay? So really, we should not look down on labor intensive. There are all kinds of labor intensive industries where we have to focus on, and stages of production. So India has a vast skill, of course, low skill labor in agriculture, which can be drawn out, and 40% of the workers are still not working. So you can draw on those. And basically, the point I made earlier, that these can be quickly trained for low skill manufacturing and without physical dislocation, etc. So again, the point is there's a large number of high school graduates, etc. Some may not be up to completely the good level, but as I've learned from our friends here from JCB, they can be trained, you know, if you have the right approach to skilling. So skilling, again, skilling is the key. I think probably I don't need to convince most of you, but FDI is very important. I think I'll just go straight. I'm sure oh, I didn't start this even. I should have started this. So, okay. So traditionally, we've been very wary of FDI, but there is a clear change. If you've been listening to the Prime Minister, he is very clear that FDI is very important, though he does not use the word supply chains. But that is one of the big things we missed on. Fortunately, we have two multinationals here, I think, on the dais, Caterpillar and JCB. But very simply, for those who don't deal in development economics, you know, you're all aware, you must have heard, most of Southeast Asia and East Asia, their per capita GDP in 1950s, when we got independence, was more or less the same as that of India. Now, they are from 2 times to 10 times of us. What happened? So if we look at that, of course, I can't give you all the factors, but one of the key factors was they laid out the red carpet for FDI. And FDI is what has driven the improvement in the quality, the productivity of the growth. Some countries went much further than that, but that was the initial driver. Whether we think of Malaysia, whether you think of Thailand, now Vietnam, before that China, all these countries, and the key to that was the supply chains. So what was that? That was the joining of comparative advantage. I talked about the capital intensive, but they joined it with technology and sources of technology, FDI. So why is FDI so important? So the largest market for manufactured goods is in the developed countries. They are the source of the most of the FDI in the world. 2/3 of the supply chains are led by MNCs. So this anchor investors, the MNCs like JCB and Caterpillar, are very, very critical, have been, to the development of Southeast Asia and China, actually. So we have to put out the carpet for them. Here are just some numbers, because some people say, okay, the East Asia is the fastest growing set area in the world, so we must have RCEP. We must be involved in China for some reason or the other. Well, here are some numbers which disprove this fact. So the table there tells you that source of 60% of global FDI, i.e. 7 times China. These 5 countries which I mentioned there: US, European Union, UK, Japan. They import 53% of world manufactured imports. which is again 5 times that of China. And Japan, UK, Korea itself constitute as large a market for foreign manufactured goods as China. So one of the implications of this is that we must sign FTAs with these countries, and that is what we are pursuing. Deglobalization, very briefly, is an important trend which we have to keep in mind. The left graph shows that the ratio of trade to world GDP, world trade to world GDP or world imports, it's the same thing, has been declining, but you could say it's flattened out. So there was a big period of globalization, and now it is flat. That's the main message of the left one. But the right one is interesting. The rising curve is China. And you can see that the Chinese share of world manufactured exports has kept rising despite the financial crisis in 2008. The crossover point, the other two countries in that, the orange and green, are US and Germany. They used to be the largest manufacturers, exporters of manufacturing in the world. China crossed that. The world trade stopped growing, but China's exports keep growing. Why is that? Because China has deliberately, as a matter of policy, created export monopolies and will continue to do so if the world doesn't do anything. So there are some numbers here. You can see a whole list of, so pottery is not that important, but they hold 67% of the market for pottery in the world. 67%. The more important are in red, which are the ADP, the automatic processing machines, 44%, optical instruments, telecom equipment, all in the range of 40 plus. And the same thing is going to happen to e-vehicles, batteries, etc., because it's part of their policy, monopolization. So this is the challenge for the world. You all heard of de-risking. And the issue is, for us, is it possible to make India a factory to HIDCs? This all links to that digital change, the demographic change, right? So we have that ability. We must sign FTAs. You all heard of the PLI scheme, which is very important. And I believe that it's possible. And this is one of the challenges before us, how and what to do it. The national government is already trying to do that. There are lots of weaknesses. And by the way, I'm open always to hear about the problems. And that's part of my mandate, my job, to do the reforms which may be needed for this. But I just want to mention here a recent point made by Prime Minister at the meeting we had at NITI. I think this was in his press note, where he said that this concept of promoting FDI must go down into the states. I think that's a new thing which he has thought of, that it won't work. And of course, all of you who operate at the ground level know that. But this is a problem. The governments are kind of so distant from you that they don't. So he has to give the message to the chief ministers that please attract. Don't say all of it is going to Gujarat or any other state. You create the conditions. And he has in fact charged us to help accomplish this. And one of our mandates is exactly to identify what are the things which are needed for this to happen at the state level. Okay, just some final point. Services. This is a very important point. I don't know to how much it will affects you. But you know, in the 80s, how did this manufacturing disperse? We've talked about the supply chains. What happened? What happened was that the manufacturing process was fragmented. It was cut up into pieces, and the parts of it were sent to a country which could best do it, i.e. which had the comparative advantage. That is the concept. That's how we talk about comparative advantage. What my contention is, the same thing is going to happen to every service, not just the business services, which you're quite familiar, the GCCs, 1,600 GCCs in India, but to every social service. What are those? Health, education, government services, everything is going to get unbundled. And parts of this which need brain power, labor power, are going to, must come to India. We must make sure it happens. Back to the same comparative advantage. The labor-intensive parts will come to India, or must. We must make it happen. Now, there are two issues here. Traditionally, even America used to welcome immigration because they knew this. They knew it's going to happen. You need labor. Labor shortages have started in Europe. Germany is one of the bad ones. Italy, Russia, they don't have labor. Now, I was in OECD about 12 months ago, and one of the things they were complaining about in their discussion was that they don't have enough people for government services. That's why I mentioned. They cannot hire enough people for existing positions. They aren't there. Okay, so that is why it's going to get unbundled. Now, there are certain things which have to be done physically, of course. Some cannot be done e-wire. So the problem is immigration. The whole sentiments in Europe is turning against it. So the fragmentation will happen, that immigration will probably only happen for things which are needed physically to be present in those countries. So again, our challenge, the word we use, and I'll come to my concluding session. I'm sure I haven't been timing myself too well, but so the idea is skill for India, skill for the world. Okay, so we have shortages in India. There will be shortages in the world. Besides that, unbundling and e-services, and we must prepare for this world. That's the point I'm making. The rest is a matter of detail. So I think I'll move on from there because I've used up my time. Okay. So one obvious thing, connectivity, universal access, I have been talking about for 10 years. Governments have been talking about, but they're very slow because they are not fully appreciating. Everybody in India must be connected if they are to participate in this new world, so to say. Okay, now enough of the trends. Just to conclude it on a nice note, I'll just show you three graphs. So these are some of my projections. These are my projections. As I said, officially nothing has been put out. Okay, so I cannot refer to any official document. The green line is my forecast, which is roughly assumes an average growth of only 6.4%. Now, there are a lot of forecasts. People have different numbers, so please treat it with as much salt as you want. But my calculations show that we will become an upper middle income country by the early 2030s. That means 31, 32. And a high income country by around 2050, by this middle calculation. Okay? The lower calculation uses IMF and OECD data only. Okay? So in a way, you could say that's the bottom line, okay? The most pessimistic. And the upper one, you could say, is the more optimistic people who feel that we need to grow at 7-8%, they keep talking about, to become high income. For those who are interested, a very brief comment on why the difference. Why do different people say, somebody says 2060, somebody says something else. So I'll tell you what I do. What I do is, I look at two countries in 2019 who were declared to be upper income and higher income, i.e. they went from lower to high, and another country which went to upper to high income. So lower to upper, and I look at their per capita GDP in PPP terms, purchasing power parity. Then all my growth projections use this constant PPP number, and when I come to that value, I say we become upper income. Very simple calculation. And when I come to the high income, so who are these countries? They were actually Indonesia and Romania. Okay? So when we get to the Romanian level in 2019, in PPP constant price terms, I say we are a high income. Very simple calculation. Tens of people will disagree. That's okay, they're right. Based on these same middle projections, this is what the world will look like in my view. Okay? So what are those? This is the good part. I want to leave you with good. So what are those lines, okay? The green line coming down is the EU. The blue line which is flattening out is China. And the red one is India. So when the foreigners look at it, they say, this cannot happen. Look at that line, how is it shooting up? But it's just that whatever that number I just told you, what was it? 6.4 average, 6.4%. That's all. Real 6.4% growth. Of course, behind this are assumptions about other countries, right? The China assumptions I've taken from the same OECD, which I told you. I do not take their India assumptions. I think you are too pessimistic. I've made it very clear, okay? So we'll be crossing over China. This is conservative, over EU by 2050. You see those bottom lines? That's compounding. If you really believe the growth rates which I've given, you're going to cross over Japan, Germany and Japan, right, in the next 3 years. And they'll be left behind. Now, you can believe it or not. Some people look at it and say, what nonsense are you talking? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Just a word on social. I'm sorry I've taken so long, but I can just stop here if you have no time. Okay. They say, okay, you're talking about GDP and all, what the heck, what happens to everything else? Life expectancy, this, that, and the other, right? So I've given you one example of this. I've done this for all indicators. So what I do here is, here it is life expectancy at birth, okay? So I take from the World Development, WDI, this indicator for every country in the world which is available, and I plot it against the per capita GDP. And then I put a curve through it, the best curve, okay? So what does the curve tell you? The curve tells you this is the normal way in which the world has progressed on life expectancy, right? And where is India? India is that red dot there, okay? Okay, I've gone really above. So we are a little behind the curve, okay? This curve also shows you two other dots, which are bluish or something. That bluish one is where we need to be at that upper income level which I just mentioned, okay? And the one above it is the one we need to be in high income. So like this, one can take every indicator and say, what is the goal we must achieve? Again, this is something, as I said, it's mine, it is not the government's. The government does not put out anything yet, okay? So all that is behind. Just because I haven't talked about it, one could have a whole session on. So here I just want to mention the policy. The middle there, I won't go to repeat everything else. So to achieve the upper end of the range which we showed you, we have to have continuing policy and institutional reforms. You all know about infrastructure and logistics and EODB, everybody talks about. We need tax expenditure, public sector reform, electricity, etc. But as I said, I'm very happy for those of you who have more suggestions of things we need to do in the policy realm. I'm happy to listen to you because that will help me do my job. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Sachidanand Shukla, Group Chief Economist, L&T Limited, for sharing a few words with us, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, ICEMA. I think being asked to talk after Dr. Virmani on the Indian economy, I'm reminded of Elizabeth Taylor's nth husband, right? I know what is expected of me, but I don't know how to do it very differently, right? But I think in terms of the context, what a time it is to be an Indian, right? And what a time it is for India. When I look at the world, let me give you the context for this talk and all of this that Dr. Virmani spoke and the Viksit Bharat Lakshya that we have. Look at the world around us. Look at the US. We are 1 millimeter away from chaos. And that would have engulfed probably the whole world, right? It is going through enormous political, social churn. Shift your gaze to the European Union. There is a simultaneous rise of the extreme left and extreme right. And the last time it happened in Europe, we had the World War II, right? I mean, that kind of flux. You look at China, they're going through unprecedented economic problems and issues. They need to really address, otherwise it means trouble for a lot of economies. And when I look at now India, let me highlight some things. In terms of growth, Dr. Virmani spoke about 6.5% real GDP growth. I also wanted to highlight the magic of nominal GDP growth, right? Let's understand, because there's a business community, what matters for a lot of us here is also the nominal GDP growth. When he says 6.5% real GDP growth, and this is no different from the last 30 years. If I were to average last 30 years growth, we would be around 6.6, Dr. Virmani, if I'm not very wrong, 6.6, 6.7 or thereabout, yeah. So if we were to just repeat the same thing over the next 30 years, we will be creating economic magic. And what matters for people like us in the business community and real life is the nominal GDP growth number. And I just wanted to highlight that rule of 72. Essentially, this rule tells us the doubling, the time that it will take your, say, investment or whatever number you're comparing to double. And if I add about 4.5 or 5% inflation to real GDP of 6.5%, 11-12%, or anything north of 10% is very, very good. Essentially, that means, using the rule of 72, that this is an economy which is fairly large now, $3.5 trillion economy. And that is going to be doubling every 6 to 7 years. I mean, you do your numbers. I mean, if you don't agree with 6.5 or whatever, like Dr. Virmani said, take your number, take your inflation number, but essentially, as long as that is north of 10%, there is going to be a doubling in this economy every 6 to 7 years. And that is my GDP, which is the average of all of us. I mean, individuals, companies, government, everybody put together, right? It will create magic in certain sectors, right? So when the GDP doubles every 6, 7 years, there are multiple sectors that will do far, far better. So there is tremendous growth that we're talking about. Now, let me give a bit of more context in terms of history. I mean, is this achievable? Is this doable? For our first trillion, we took about 58 years. So from 0 to 1 trillion, we took about 58 years. The next $1 trillion came in just about 12 years. And the third trillion came in 5 years. And therefore, if this is the trajectory and using the rule of 72, I think in the next decade, we'll be adding $1 trillion every 18 months. Now, how impressive is that? And if you look around, you look at China, that's now more like a prison, right? You look at Europe, it's more like a museum, as some people call it. Where else will you see this kind of growth? Where else will you see this kind of dynamic and open to trade, open to say, global imperatives kind of economy? And this is the magic that we are looking at. And the growth that we've seen so far is nothing. In the next 10, 20, 30 years, and let me just add a few more caveats. For example, the whole talk about the economy achieving 5 trillion, 10 trillion, all of those numbers will come. And also there is this thing about conversion into dollars. If the rupee dollar rate is favorable, we will achieve these mileposts much faster. So please remember, whenever somebody talks about a 5 trillion, 10 trillion or 30 trillion economy, it is not going to be a surprise if the economy achieves that 30, 35 or whatever number people, like Dr. Virmani said, everybody has a different number. That number is also influenced by the rupee dollar rate, right? If that becomes favorable, and we're talking about the next 10, 20, 25 years, it can become much bigger and much faster. When I talk about the scale of infra, just let me give you a few anecdotes and some data points. We built 90,000 miles of kilometers of national highways, which is more than double of what we built in the previous decade. If I look at electrification of railways, we're doing more than what UK and France have, right? We have the third largest construction sector in the world. and multiple such things like that. So I think the real thing that I want to stress about is all of these impressive statistics that we've achieved. So this is not something that we're talking about the future. This is something that we've achieved in the last 10, 20, 30 years. And if we do that, and having spoken about some of the infrastructure milestones, 3/4 of the infrastructure that India needs is yet to be built, right? So the infrastructure that we need for the 2040s and 50s, 3/4 of that is yet to be built. It will be greener, it will be much better in terms of quality, will also be a graying economy in the 2040s, right? We'll have to build infrastructure which is much friendlier to these people who are senior in age. So I think there are tremendous opportunities when I look ahead. Yes, there are issues, there are problems, and like Dr. Virmani said, center-state coordination is the nub. I mean, it's where essentially all businesses face challenges. And I'm sure with Niti Ayog's push and relentless, say, efforts from policymakers, both center and states, we should be able to achieve all these numbers that people talk about. So I'll just pause there. Thank you so much.
I hand it over to our session moderator, Mr. Deepak Shetty, and ask him for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, once again, Dr. Virmani, for laying out the vision. And one of the important activities that we do as a part of ICEMA is not only look at the short term, but also long term. And I would just say that a few years back, we looked at our Vision 2030 document. We created that, and which told us that at that juncture, we were number 3 in the world after America and USA and China. But the vision document which we created told us very clearly that from around 100,000 machines a year, we would be graduating to around 250,000 machines a year. And we'll move to the second largest construction equipment market in the world. You spoke about skill sets, and I wanted to give you some data. Every construction equipment machine creates 6 jobs, 65% of which are sold in rural economy. This year we are projecting almost 160,000 machines. So almost 10 lakh machines, 10 lakh jobs would be created with these machines. So that is the opportunity, sir, that the construction equipment sector provides. And that's where the skilling is very important. Yesterday we had actually a session on human capital, because both for us from the industry point of view, but more importantly for our customers also, availability of the human capital is very important. So the question I wanted to ask you was, last few years we have seen the continuous focus of the government on infrastructure development. And we all know infrastructure development has a multiplier effect on the economy. How are you seeing the next 5 years? Obviously the budget announcements were there, but how do you see the government's focus on road sector, the sectors which are actually very critical for us? I'll give you a data point. We have seen this year the number of road contracts which have been awarded are on the lower side. Do you think, and I'm sure Niti Ayog is very closely connected, are you seeing that the pace would get hastened and we will see more focus on this particular sector? And along with road, I'm talking about elements of infrastructure like airports, and particularly also the rural roads, etc.
Yeah. So as you know very well, the government's central government's capital expenditure has expanded roughly 30% a year for the last several years. Now, obviously, this cannot go on at the same pace. It had to flatten out. And I think it's at a reasonable level. I forget the percentage of GDP that we are spending on infrastructure. But I think the central government's contribution is now reasonable. Of course, the state part I'll just talk about. So, so as you pointed out, and one of the reasons for that was twofold. One of them is that economic studies have shown that the multiplier for capital goods expenditures is about 2.45 in the short run, compared to a revenue multiplier of 1. Okay, so it's clearly there is now enough proof, and that was one of the reasons which we convinced the government. I was not in government then, to do this. And the second is exactly what you said. Much of this infrastructure involves construction, which involves labor, and therefore it is also distributional impact is good. So it's not just the multiplier, but also the fact that lots of jobs get created. So that part is very clearly understood in government and in our minds. But two things have to happen, of course. You know, there are only a limited number of national highways which can be constructed. And then, so there has to be a movement down the scale, right? State highways, local roads. So I think in some sense, it is partly your job to propagate to the state government that see what has happened at the national level. Now let's start doing that at the state and local level. Of course, we have the Gram Sadak Yojana, etc., but center can only, you know, it's a huge country, 28 states. How much can the center do? It can only incentivize and stimulate it. So that, I would say, should be part of your mandate or job also, which will help everybody, right? Because of what we said earlier, job creation, etc. The second part is that, of course, you mentioned airports, etc. That will continue. I mean, there's no doubt that union government will continue to focus on railways, airports, etc., which are within the mandate of the union government. But the part which is not directly in constitutionally our mandate is the urban infrastructure. And that is a tough job. Again, urban, you know, all these difficult things are part of my job in a way. But what to do? You know, urban is in the states. There are, the structure of the way urban areas are managed needs drastic change. Everybody is reluctant, you know why. You know, set systems, everybody is happy with set. So, sorry, my answer is too long, but yeah, so the second part has to be to move and focus on the urban infrastructure, where again the state's role is very important. And we can only incentivize. We've tried to do that. There are a whole bunch of urban schemes, but really it has to go down to the states.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sachidanand, I would like to ask you, I'm sure, as Chief Economist for Larsen & Toubro, you are looking at the infrastructure growth for next few years. Would you have a CAGR number on some of the key parameters? I'm sure you're looking at various elements. One of the challenges that industry we face is forecasting and then creating capacity and capability to be able to. And I'm sure your thoughts in this direction will help us plan the short-term future better.
Thank you for that question. I think a little bit of context again. If you look at where the capex number has come to, 3.4% of GDP, which is 11 lakh, 11,000, 11, etc., right? That kind of number. And it has tripled in just 3 years. And therefore, the expectation has been that this number needs to grow at 15, 20, 25% every year. It is simply not possible. And therefore, the expectations have to be tempered down. And also, Dr. Virmani spoke about the need for fiscal discipline and consolidation. The central government cannot afford to continue to put more and more money, basically 25, 30% CAGR every year. So the question is, how quick or how much can this number really grow over the next, say, 3-5 years? A very good rule of thumb that we can all use is that if the GDP, nominal GDP is going to be growing at, say, 11% odd, the government will be able to match that at least in terms of allocation. And this 11 lakh crore number, we can expect to grow 11% at least every year from here, right? And that will give us a good sense of where we can be. We have spent about 67 lakh crore in the last 6-7 years on infrastructure. This number is going to be doubling. Again, just using basic, the financial metrics like the rule of 72. If we apply the same thing here, it is going to be doubling, right? So we'll be spending about 140 lakh crore plus in the next 6 to 7 years. And that is a very, very good number to work with. And therefore, let's not get bogged down by just the percentage numbers or the CAGR numbers, but just look at the absolute numbers, because the absolute values have become so big. So in context of the GDP, the number may not really go beyond that, but what the finance minister said is that she will maintain this tempo for at least the next 5 years, and that is very, very reassuring. The budget has also emphasized or reiterated the capex-led growth strategy, right? And she said this is going to be continuing for the next 5 years. So if you put all these numbers together, 140 lakh crore plus in the next 6-7 years, that is a very, very big number to work with and very, very positive. If you talk about some of the segments, obviously, like you mentioned, roads, there is only so much that you can do, but just look at the other part of the infrastructure, which is railways. Look at the numbers, humongous now, right? 2.65, 2.78 lakh crore, which is a large number. And railways definitely is going to be a big area. And if you were to look down the ladder, there are multiple things on the renewable side, for example. There is this emphasis now on say, using nuclear in the energy mix, which is again very, very positive. So you start from the top, which is 11 lakh crore, go down to sectors, which is roads, railways, and stuff like that, and also down to things like very small right now, nuclear, but that can become very, very big.
Thank you very much. I think it also tells us that we cannot just look at the CAGR numbers, but we should look at the base and how the base is constantly getting expanded. I think that was your point. I would now, Dr. Virmani mentioned that he would like to hear from us what are the key requirements or key suggestions from the industry. Who better than our President Vivekanand to make his point and present maybe the top 3 that we would expect or where we think we need support.
Yeah. Thanks, Deepak. It's very enlightening to really hear from Dr. Arvind as well as Sachidanand about the macroeconomic indicators, which we normally don't get too much of visibility to. We do definitely believe that we have a good amount of momentum which is already present in the industry, and with whatever you said, we are probably quite confident that we are being very conservative in our futuristic outlook, and we can be very well confident that it can actually be better than what we are projecting. But having said that, a couple of things which we as an industry has always been thinking. One is obviously the sustained demand, and I think you clearly outlined on what will it take. So far, the primary driver of the demand has been actually the central funding of those infrastructure projects, and you also indicated that state has to play a role in terms of enhancing the state infrastructure as well as the urban infrastructure. And I think that's a very valid point. And if there could be a policy framework which Niti Aayog can actually expand beyond the scope of what it is currently doing in terms of actually just promoting that state infrastructure as well as the urban infrastructure, I think that is definitely something which we want. Because one thing which is going to be important for us to really just do is to actually put in that kind of a capacity, what is required to augment the growth, and it has its own lead time. So we actually expect some amount of a forecast, which we always would be valuing. If there is a way we can actually just put that, then we can actually not really chase the numbers, we can actually be a lot more proactive. So I think that is definitely one thing which we would actually want to have on the demand side of it. Then coming back to the supply side of it, I think your data point also clearly indicated that India is definitely a bright spot, and India has got a lot of positive things which is actually working for it as against the other competing economies. And having said that, if you were to really look at overall global economy, it's not likely to be as rosy as what it is today. It's probably going to be flattened. The share of the countries are going to be different, but it's actually going, so which actually means that there is a need for actually shifting those manufacturing capacities from one part of the world to other part of the world. And there is obviously going to be redundancies. And you also actually laid some additional stress on the importance of FDI. So obviously it has to be those multinational companies which has to actually just, I know we had schemes like PLI in the past, which actually augmented that capacity movement from country A to a country B. But we do hear that the government is actually wanting to look at other options than PLI. So any specific thoughts on what those other options which can actually catalyze that shifting of capacity from other parts of the world where it's not appropriate to India is definitely another thing which we want as an industry. And lastly, I think it also ties back to what you just talked about, because I think your data point clearly talked about the quality of life. And yesterday also we had a human capital summit which actually talked about the quality of, people look at not just the job what they get, and it's not about the pay what they get, they also look at the quality of work and then the work-life balance and so on and so forth. I think the quality actually comes as a more important thing than just the quantity. We are not talking about employment. I think you also clearly outlined as part of your presentation, we are talking about the per capita income, which is in essence actually talking about the quality. So in that context, obviously the industry is doing his part, because ICEMA has a sector skill council which is actually just enhancing the skill level, which can actually enhance their ability to actually earn more, by virtue of which they can actually enhance the quality of life. And I know we are doing it in a very small scale to the extent what we can do. One of the things which we also discussed yesterday is, this sector is a sector which has got a significant amount of informal employment also that is happening. As this, whatever we are doing is in the space of formal employment, which is a very small fraction of the overall employment numbers where this sector generates. And one of the things which we actually wanted is, what is the framework what the government can actually put in place to actually just to drive that mix of formal to informal employment, which will actually make a big difference, because the quality of life, actually, if you were to really look at the formal employment, will be significantly higher than the informal employment. But we are not sure what is the kind of a policy framework which can actually shift that informal to formal ratio. I don't know whether there is a ratio which the NITI Aayog actually looks into. I think these are three things which I would typically say would be actually valuable from the industry point of view.
Thank you. So as I said earlier, there is no formal expression from the government, so I cannot really do that, but let me give you some thoughts as somebody who's looking at these things and studying them and trying to work out stuff. I take your suggestion. I think, you know, I spent many years in the Planning Commission as well as the Finance Ministry, and one of the things you rightly point out, kind of a projection or something from the Planning Commission or now the NITI may be useful for you. I think I take that point, which not many people have made. You know, somehow it never comes up. And support and a demand for it may help us actually do it, because as I said, publishing it is one thing, me saying and talking is another one. So yeah, I take that. That's a very useful suggestion, that you need to plan, and therefore you need some kind of an indicator which is well thought out and so on, right? Of course, as a unit, you can do it, but then you don't have all the inputs of other stuff. Yeah, okay. So that's a good suggestion and not very difficult. So yes, I think one of the messages of what I said is that, you know, what China did was it exploited the expansion of growth and captured all the incremental first, and then started pushing people out. I mean, to be very blunt about it. Unfortunately, I'm not a diplomat, so I generally am very blunt about it. And I've studied China for a long time. So yes, the question is, what is it that we need to do to encourage this diversification, which everybody is talking about? There's a monopoly. It's in nobody's interest to be dependent on one country. It's just not. I mean, it's such an obvious thing. You know, what I think our foreign minister once said it in US. He said, if this kind of monopoly was there in the US antitrust law would be going after them. But because it's global, you don't do it. I mean, nobody does anything. Okay, so there are three things which, one is PLI. See, the idea of PLI was that the scale of production in China is very high. Our companies are very small. Can we do something, help to raise the scale? That was the basic idea of PLI when it started. Because again, the economists, you are not economists, but there is concept of minimum efficient scale. So if you think of unit cost going down like that, you have to be on this corner. If you're up here and China is over here, you cannot compete. But the idea is at least get to the minimum efficient scale. We don't need to be that large, but we need to be at the minimum at least. So, but the second thing which is very clear to me, I don't know whether it applies to your products, but for example, we talk about Vietnam doing well in electronics, etc. One simple reason is because they have a 12.5% advantage in the EU. So the FTAs are absolutely critical for competing with other countries in the case of EU. So there are a number of things we are aware of. Another one, of course, is tax reform. You may have noticed in the budget there are a lot of suggestions about review. This is something I've worked on. Just as an example, the last meeting I did in 2009 when I retired as Chief Economic Advisor from Government of India was a meeting to review the direct tax code. Have you heard of anybody heard of the direct tax code? Yeah, of course you have, but I was just wondering if anybody else. Anyway, you know, so the idea was 1961 code has been built over like 70 years. You keep adding, you add a section, section to section, subsection. Just reform the whole thing from scratch. So that whole, still have 2 copies of that book. So the whole thing was reframed completely. Okay. So anyway, the budget is announced. We will again review that. So there are a lot of tax things like that which unnecessarily complicate life. So we are aware of some things, but I was saying there may be other things which you are. Final point on, yeah, and the point, this is kind of important for FDI. You know, there are 2 schools of thought on tax reform. There's one school which believes in incremental reform, that slowly people will not get too excited. I believe in the opposite. I think it's people get more worried in the incremental for 2 reasons. One is there's always somebody hurt. You know, whenever you change anything, somebody will be hurt. Okay? And even if you offset it completely by something good, only those people who are hurt will scream. Nobody who gets it, you want to keep quiet and just follow it. So, and the second reason I believe you have to do it together, which is why I said I took that meeting and approved that thing as CA, is that, and you are aware of it, that foreigners hate this uncertainty. I mean, even domestic producers, I'm sure if you have to plan long term, you do. But the foreigners just are, you've been here for a long time, but if it's new person, he has no idea how this country operates, and if you keep changing. So my view is that we must do a comprehensive reform one by one, and that's it. Okay? Once everybody will take it, some people are unhappy with one, happy with something, it all comes out in the wash. And that's what we did in the customs reform where I was deeply involved. You just do it wholesale. Okay? So that, anyway, so formal, informal, very quickly, the thing which, I don't want to use the word bureaucrats because don't understand is there are quality chains, okay? So when we talk about formal, there is a quality chain. You can't make one informal sector into formal because there is a whole chain of things they are involved in. So for example, if you think of agro-processing, what I have learned is one of the great difficulties, you can't do it just at the final stage. You have to change the whole chain, you know. And that's true of other things also. It is not just agriculture. We think there's something special about agriculture. No, there's a whole chain. That whole informal sector has a chain of, I mean, call it lower quality, whatever. It's cheaper for the people. It's not bad. But changing that change is very difficult. So that is the attempt to push. I'm not sure how much push factors were. People have complained about them. Some rightly, some wrongly, but the idea is upgradation. And again, skilling is the critical thing there.
Thank you very much, sir. It is really very heartening to hear your views. And we have a lot of colleagues here who are from outside India. And I'm sure looking at these numbers, you will be able to take the data back and tell your headquarters why it is so critical to invest in India. I feel we are at that cusp of development that if you don't look at the opportunity in front, probably we'll be blaming ourselves for not thinking it through and investing. It was also very heartening to hear from you, Sachinandan, on how you are looking at particularly the infrastructure development. On that note, I will thank both the gentlemen for their vision and also not only looking at short term, but also the long-term trajectory of growth that the country has. Thank you very much once again. Can you all put your hands together for them, please?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Birmani. Thank you, Dr. Sachidanand Shukla ji. I was pretty mesmerized. I was taking notes when I was listening to both the economists and an economist who converted the numbers for us in terms of business. It looked to me like a, economic class, but practically, what is important for us as business to take away from here. And Dr. Virmani, you wonderfully converted the numbers, which look so difficult to such, such a easy manner in terms of the flow, what we should and India should follow in terms of whether attracting FDIs, whether following the FTAs, etc. And you've given the path to us, which we as an industry should follow. And we would certainly be in touch with you for the suggestions we have. Dr. Sachidanand, you also gave us confidence that the economy is on the right track and infrastructure is the right industry to be in, and construction equipment being the base for the infrastructure industry. I think it gives a lot of confidence to all the audiences that the economy of India is on the right track, we are on the right sector, and we are on the right industry. Thank you, Deepak, for wonderfully steering this session, for bringing out the right questions, and thank you, Vivek, for bringing on the right issues what we have with, from the economists and the government so that the industry can grow. Thanks a lot. Thank you, gentlemen.
Token of felicitation, may I request Mr. Deepak Shetty to kindly present him and felicitate him. Thank you, Dr. Virmani, once again. And we would also like to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Sachidanand Shukla. May I request Mr. V. Vivekanand. An innovative supply chain ecosystem, an imperative for achieving construction equipment industry vision at 2047. This session aims to present the readiness and innovative product offerings of key suppliers of the industry which are critical to strengthen the supply chain ecosystem and support the realization of construction equipment industry vision for 2047. And for the presentation on the product offering, I request Mr. Kazuya Yoshida.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving such a great opportunity for us. My name is Kazuya Yoshida from Kubota, Japan. I am in charge of Kubota engine manufacturing production of Sakai Rinkai plant as a plant general manager in Osaka. I'm so happy to be here at ICEMA annual section today, and also I'm so happy to my first trip to India. Thank you very much. Today, I would like to talk about Kubota engines. I'm going to introduce the factories, and Mr. Shiozaki will explain our products. Now I would like to introduce Kubota engine business and factories. In Japan, we have 4 factories for engines. Number 1, Okajima Business Center is our casting factory in Osaka, manufacturing engines, cylinder blocks, and cylinder heads, and transmission case for tractors. Number 2, Sakai Rinkai. Number 3, Tsukuba plant and Sakai plant are the engine assembly factories. Also, the development engineering, quality assurance, and service divisions are located at Sakai Rinkai plant, number 2, as my location. Sales and business managements are located at the head office in Osaka City, symbol A. And number 1, 2, 3 number 1, 2, and 4, and symbol A is very near, closely. Same as the same location. Look like same location. And next. This is showing our overseas factories and sales offices. As you can see, we have many footprints in Asian regions. KET in Thailand and KEW in China, both engine factories are operating for 10 years. SKMT in Thailand is a foundry, casting factory. PTKI in Indonesia and SKC in Thailand are horizontal engines factory, which we have demand mainly in East Asia. In India, we have Escorts Kubota. We are working with them closely to satisfy our customer needs. Next, continuous investment for new facilities. We are continuously investing in the engine business in order to meet the increased demand. Our investing is covering the advanced technology, engine manufacturing, and casting plant. Establishment Escorts Kubota is empowering Kubota Group engine. We believe the collaboration of two companies will provide a lot of benefits to our customers. Next, our engine lineup and their applications will be presented by Mr. Shiozaki. Thank you. Please go on.
So I would like to explain about the Kubota engine product lineup. So my name is Ko Shiozaki. Like Mr. Yoshida was the first time in India. This is probably my 6th or 7th time in India. So okay, these are the Kubota engine lineups. To make you understand easily, these engines are equipped for the city-size construction. So taking example as a railway constructions, these engines will not be used in the large-scale construction, but toward the end of the construction for the tiny last-minute equipments or engine being used. These are examples of the applications where you can see Kubota engines. Mainly, Kubota is known as the agriculture machinery company, but ore engines are being used for not just the agriculture machines, but to the many construction equipment machines. Now, I'd like to explain a little bit about where we are heading to. So our vision is to offer the engine lineup which will contribute to the realization of carbon neutral society. And this is the concept where we are heading to. So we have 3 main approaches in order to realize the carbon neutral societies. First one, the pure engine solutions. In these areas, we are aiming to upgrade the essential of the engines. One of the example is to reduce the fuel consumptions. Next is the hybrid solutions. In these areas, we are integrating the 10 kilowatt motor generators. So taking the big advantage of the motor into the engines, and then we are trying to aim for the lower fuel consumptions. And lastly, this is more like the true carbon neutral. So we have 2 different approaches in these areas. One is to use the carbon neutral fuels. The other is the use of the hydrogen. And I know the country of India is enforcing to use the hydrogen in the futures. So in this segment, Kubota may have some opportunity to contribute your construction industries. And this will be my last slide. Thank you very much.
on the product offerings. Now I invite Mr. Yash Vadva, Assistant Vice President, Industrial Engine Business, Yanmar Engine Manufacturing India Private Limited, for his presentation on the product offering. Mr. Yash Vadva.
Good afternoon, all. First of all, I would like to thank ICEMA Secretariat for giving this opportunity to present about Yanmar. So Yanmar is a Japan Osaka-based company. It's a 112-year-old by now, and maybe turnover crosses $1 trillion JPY. Yanmar produces around 650,000 engines per year, and we have been supplying majorly for construction machinery, tractor, generators, and 71% of the production is sold overseas, and major customers are all global CE majors, tractor and construction, genset, as I mentioned. Yanmar production lineup is from 20 horsepower to 210 horsepower, 2, 3, 4 cylinder water cooled. We have up to 5-liter engine. So I'll be more specifically talking about our India factory. In 2021, December, Yanmar started the new factory, which is the 4th engine plant for TNV series. This factory started in Origin City in Chennai, North Chennai. We call it Yanmar Engine Manufacturing India, YEMI. This produces TNV series for global as well as TN series for India market. Applications are same, construction machinery or tractor, farm equipment, diesel, like that. The concept of this factory is, this is a Japan technology, Japan quality, but make in India. It's a global plant. Engines and components are produced here in India and supplied to all over the world, different RHQs. So it is towards the concept of made in India, made for globe. The production processes, the setup is all from Japan, and it is environment friendly. We have a solar panel and water treatment facility in the plant. This plant, since its inception, has produced 50,000 engines and have been selling in India as well as overseas locations. This plant is ISO certified, 9001 and 14001 OSAS. Yanmar has a service policy, which is global standard 2-year, 2,000 hours international warranty is there, which complies to product of this plant as well. We have global service network, and around 1,200 service points are there world over. India also, we have created a network of service and parts. Around 100 touch points are available to support the engines operating in the country. Yanmar basically works on the self-service OEM concept, where OEMs are entitled to provide the service support for the engine. We provide training, TTT we call, train the trainer concept. We have a training center at YEMI Chennai, which is fully equipped for training of the upcoming technology engine also, which is VS5, which has a DPF as an after treatment device. So far in India, Yanmar has just penetrated into the market. We established the factory. We are expanding our capacity in the factory. We are strengthening the product localization and more focus on service. Then we have been expanding our product lineup. Currently, the India factory produces from 20 to 69 horsepower. Soon we'll be also producing BS5 CEV compliant engines as well from India. So we are improving by understanding the customer requirement, local market here, and preparing, as I said, for the next emission norm BS5 CEV5. For future, we will be continuously working for increasing our customer knowledge, making best value product for the OEMs and end user, and plant capacity will be expanded further. So that is it about Yanmar. I'm again thankful for opportunity here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our session where we focused on strong, resilient and innovative supply chain ecosystem. With our session 3. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you once again, and welcome to session 3. Let's explore more on this. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our moderator of the session, Mr. V.G. Shakti Kumar, Treasurer ICEMA, and Chairman and Managing Director, Schwing Stetter India Private Limited. Please also join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. Anand Sundaresan, Board Member, Aman India Private Limited. May I request you to kindly grace the dais. Shri Anil Kumar Khandelwal, Member Infrastructure, Railway Board. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Khandelwal, General Manager of East Central Railway, took over the charge of Member Infrastructure, Railway Board and ex officio Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Railways. We will also be joined by Shri Vimal Anand, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, with over 2 decades of administrative experience in the Government of India in various departments. He's currently serving as Joint Secretary in the Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Please also welcome on the dais Dr. Surendra Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Logistics Division, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. A Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. He's also looking after PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and National Logistics Policy. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please also join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. Tarun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director, Export-Import Bank of India. Before taking over the Deputy Managing Director post of India Export-Import Bank, he was the Chief Financial Officer of the bank and also led the bank's technology initiative. A very warm welcome to our distinguished dais, ladies and gentlemen. I also request Mr. Vimal Anand to kindly join us on the dais. Request our session moderator, Mr. V.G. Shakti Kumar for his opening remarks. But before may I request our distinguished panel for a group photo, please.
We are going to have an interesting session today on the enhancing domestic demand with the sustained demand growth of construction equipments. We all know, we have been hearing from the morning that Government of India is taking a lot of initiatives to create world-class infrastructure to reach the country to a level of a developed nation by 2047. But during this process, we are also going to see a big growth in manufacturing of construction equipment, and not only driven by the domestic demand, but also by export demand in a big way. To have an ecosystem which is capable of meeting the domestic demand with the right cost of products by enhanced logistics support and bringing down the logistic costs. All these things are very, very critical. Besides a suitable export environment where our products not only meet the quality and delivery requirement, but also the tax and duty regime in the destination in a very favorable way, so we become very successful. Today, for this discussion and also to know how construction equipment industry can have a sustained growth by getting a sustained demand from the government policies and the government initiative in developing the infrastructure, we have an interesting panel. The panel has Shri Anil Kumar Khandelwal ji, Member Infrastructure Railway Board. We are waiting to hear from him the investment opportunity what exists in the railway industry. We all know that in 2030 there is a plan for passenger volume and also for freight volume, and also the freight is expected to be 45% of the total overall logistic demand of the country. So we are waiting to hear more from you, sir. And we have with us Dr. Surendra Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Logistic Division, and I am sure he is going to give inputs which will give us a good view on what the government plans are there to make our demand more sustainable. And we have Sri Vimal Anand, Joint Secretary from Department of Commerce, who is willing to tell us that what the government plan is for our industry, especially for manufacturing construction machinery for both domestic and export market. I welcome you all. And we also have Sir Anand Sundareshan, a veteran in this industry, who has got years of experience, board member of Aman, with us. So I would like to hand over for an introduction word from all of you, starting with Sri Anil Kumar Kandelwalji.
Good afternoon. As already introduced, country is going through transformation. We are already fifth economy of the world, and very soon we are looking for third best economy. For developing any economy, logistic arrangements are very, very important. And Indian Railway plays a vital role in improving logistic arrangement of the country. Railway is cheapest, economical and environment-friendly mode of transport. We are running about 20,000 trains daily to carry 2 crore passengers every day and 5 million ton traffic. So with this vast network, still every day you hear that there is unmet demand for freight as well as passengers. We have a lot of waiting list and we have a lot of freight to carry. So there is a need for expansion of railway network. For that, the government has planned in big way. Earlier, prior to merger of budget, we were getting and investing about 20,000, 25,000 crore in a year because we were to earn and invest. Now after merger of budget from 2017 onwards, the capital expenditure has increased in steps from 25,000 crores to 1 lakh crore, 1.5 lakh crore, 2 lakh crore, 2.4, and this year it is 2.62 lakh crore. So country is planning lot of investment in the railway infrastructure development to provide future ready infrastructure to take our passengers and cargo in time, connect production centers to consumption centers, and for all that thing to improve this infrastructure and make it happen fast. All of your contribution is very important. Unless we have some good equipment, the faster delivery will not be possible. So I will just take you through what are the Indian Railway plans and opportunities for infrastructure development, and I will request the industry to come up with innovative equipments, machineries to deliver these requirement infrastructure at faster pace so that country can get the advantage of this and reduce logistic cost to make our products competitive, make our industry competitive internationally. So we started from 34 kilometer Kalyan Bandra with steam engine, and today all of you might have traveled, most of you might have traveled in Vande Bharat. We have gone from steam engine to Vande Bharat, 34 kilometer to about 68 kilometers and 1.3 lakh track kilometers. 34 to 1.3 lakh track kilometers, and lot more to come. Our planning is to make our network double by 2047. We want to enter in Viksit Bharat by doubling the network and provide better connectivity. These are some, how much freight we carry, how much trains we are running, all those some salient feature overview of the Indian Railways. About 700 crore passengers we are moving every day, every year, and about 1600 freight. This we are targeting this year 1700. How we are progressed in the recent past. If you see 14-15, we were doing only 1500, 1600 kilometer network. Now you see in the recent last year and before last year, the pace of delivery of projects have gone manifold. This is 1500 to 5309 kilometers, which is equivalent to network of many countries, Austria, and like that small countries. And in last 10 years, we have added more than 31,000 kilometers, which is equivalent to almost German railway network, DB network. So it is the pace of construction, but it is not adequate. Country needs more. Today also we have lot of waiting list, lot of freight to carry. You have heard lot of electrification has been done. Now we are completing almost 100% electrification by this year end. By doing electrification, the cost of transportation will reduce, the freight charges will reduce, and expenditure on fuel will reduce for country. Your environment condition will improve, because if we run with the diesel, there will be more pollution. If we run with the electrification, there will be less pollution, and cost of fuel will also reduce. For improving safety, earlier we were having rudimentary signaling arrangement at the stations. Now we are going with electronic interlocking, we call digital stations. So the pace of delivery has, these all bars I am just showing you that how railway is now progressing, and then best is yet to come. If we automatic block signaling, how we were performing in the past and where we are today, and these figures are going to be multiplied manifold in time to come. Track renewals, bridge works, level crossing, all unmanned level crossings have been eliminated to improve the safety, and for manned level crossing elimination left over, about 17,000 number of LCs are still balanced. This will involve investment of around 4 lakh crore. So this is a huge opportunity for industry to enter into the field of construction, as well as for the equipment manufacturers to produce such equipments so that which can make these construction faster. This is how we were performing. If we see global scenario, we are the 4th largest network behind China, USA, and Russia. 2nd highest passenger carrier after Japan. In fact, we were first before COVID. After COVID, there is certain change in movement of the passengers. We will pass again Japan, and we will be again first passenger carrier. 4th highest freight carrier, and then we carry almost 18% of world population live in India. We almost carry world's population every year, and Australia every day. There are some, what are our future planning for which will be of interest to all of you. Earlier we were, as I already explained, we were spending very less. We were suffering from under investment. 22,000 crore, we have reached to 2.53. And further, best is yet to come. Opportunities are there. Our network density is very low compared to other countries, and we have to touch the last. For that, lot of infrastructure activities will be there in time to come. These are growth. If you see how much revenue we have grown to 1.6 time, and then best is yet to come as soon as we continue to improve our network and revenue will continue to grow. This is our future scenario, how GDP is growing, and we are estimating by 2047. Accordingly, our imports and exports will grow, and to take care of them, infrastructure has to go. Logistic arrangements have to be made, and for reducing the logistic cost, our rail share has to improve. Presently, we are having 27%. We are planning by 2030, 35%, and in Viksit Bharat, 40%. Most of the developed countries are having market rail share of in this range, 35 to 40%, and their logistic cost is about 8 to 10% of GDP in single digit. Our logistic cost is said to be about 14% of GDP, and if we improve our rail share, this is going to reduce. This is our market scenario. Our total logistic market, उसमें 27% है हमारा, and then by 2031, that our logistic market scenario and how much we want to carry. We call it Mission 3000. So if we increase the modal share, this is repeated, I think, back one. So why rail share? Because it is the cheapest mode of transport and very cost effective. Our efficient mode of transport, environment friendly, carbon dioxide emission is almost 1/9 of the road sector. So it is better to move towards railway sector. Growth trajectory of India, we have already discussed. If we increase our market share, it will be good for the country. Rail expansion, rail network expansion, we can see from some of the other countries like China. We were together at the same stage in about 1998-2000. Our GDP and network was almost same. China network has grown 45 degree. We are at about 5-6 degree. We have reached only 68,000. They have gone to 1.55 lakh crore route kilometers. And they are where they are in the economy, where we are. So to have economic growth of the country, logistic arrangements have to grow. So that is why we call Indian Railways lifeline for the economic development of the country. Not only for movement of the passengers, but for the economic development. So seeing all that market scenario, Railway has made his vision to provide good passenger experience. Freight share increasing, as we have explained already. Technology-driven modernization. So here the role of all our machines and equipment will come. If we get better equipment, better machinery, the rate of delivery will go faster, and then country can get the infrastructure in line with demand. Of course, all these things will be done with proper transparency and accountability. To enhance passenger experience, we have gone for station redevelopment and Vande Bharat. Both the products are well known in the market. For better coordination with railway and faster delivery, Railway Board, we have made one Gati Shakti Directorate. Mr. Ariha, they are dealing with this subject. Earlier we were having 7-8 departments and they were working different places. File has to go to different departments and it used to take time. Now these all 7 departments sits in one room under one officer. Whatever proposal come, it gets cleared from that one room, one table. They sits on a table, review the proposals, field units will be on the VC, and decisions are taken very fast. So this has made for faster delivery and decision making in railways. Anybody has any issues, they can contact at one point solution for Gati Shakti Directorate in Railway Board. Our major freight sector is only 4 or 5 items. We are mainly bulk carrier. To grow faster for those, not only we have to take those 4 or 5 items, but other items also we are concentrating. But to make them faster, we have come up with corridors, economic corridors. One is energy corridor to carry our minerals, cement from place to place. Then high traffic density, our main network, Chaturbhuj, diagonals and main lines, they carry majority of the traffic and they are badly congested. And connectivity to ports. So if we see about 40,000 kilometers of network we have planned in these corridors based on the actual requirement of the industry. This will have 434 projects and we are planning to complete these projects in next 8 to 10 years with investment of about more than 11 lakh crore. So huge opportunity in track construction. JCB, Hitachi, Tata, just I met. So a lot of requirement of these machineries in these projects. So our investment is focused in different directions. Not only new lines and last mile connectivity, we want to have automatic signaling, increasing capacity of corridors, yard remodelings, junction terminal upgradation, removing bottlenecks, and policy intervention wherever required. So these are some economic corridor. What will be their effect on the society? What will be effect on the economy if we complete all these corridors in industrial, social sector, and for the population at large? Our dedicated freight corridor is recently completed, but similar freight corridors, we are coming up 4-laning or 6-laning of all our congested routes. They are as good as our freight corridors, but their name is multi-tracking. These are the multi-tracking routes, same as DFC. All diagonals and HDN routes are coming up. Gati Shakti terminals, we are coming in big way. 86 already completed. We are planned to do more than 300 in next 5 years' time. In passenger sector, we all are waiting to travel in bullet trains. So works are going on very fast and we are likely to see trials by 2027 in Gujarat portion. Civil works in full speed and other rolling stock signaling works are being planned in advanced stage. These are few photographs of that. In addition to that, we are coming up about 5,000 kilometers more high-speed corridors. Surveys and studies are going on. So a lot of opportunity in time to come. Some passenger services, Bharat Gaurav trains, some other products for the passengers. Lot of metro rail projects are coming up. Already 20 cities works, metros are in operation and 17 more cities, the works are in progress. So a lot of opportunities. All the country is waiting to travel from Kashmir to Kanyakumari in real sense by completion of this project. Project is almost completed. Only one block section is left, which we will be completing very soon. One tunnel is left. And then in real sense, we will connect by road from Srinagar to Kanyakumari. These are some important projects. Highest rail bridge of the world. Much talked about Chenab Bridge. This is already completed. Longest transportation tunnel also completed in the same project. First cable stayed rail bridge, Anji, already completed. Lot of north-east connectivity works are completed and in progress. More than 50,000 crore works are going on in that area and about 3 lakh crore works are likely to come shortly in different stages. So huge opportunity, lot of work. Industry has to join hands and deliver the infrastructure for the country. This is the time, if we see, when assured funding is available for the industry. Earlier we used to start work and after part of the year, we used to wait for payments and like that. Now the environment is different. It is time to deliver and lot of projects also available. So let us join hand together for taking a country in Viksit Bharat. This is a Pamban bridge. Earlier bridge has outlived its life. Now it first vertical lift bridge of the Asia is under construction, and it will complete in the August and commissioned in September. There are some important infrastructure. Rishikesh Karnaprayag, very difficult project in Himalaya, going at full speed, and we will be able to reach Karnaprayag by 2027 by train. Much talked about our Amrit Bharat station development scheme. More than 1,300 stations started. When we started, you might have heard, "Ek to bana ke dikhao." So I am happy to inform you that 5 stations are already completed, and 149 planning is going on, and works are in progress on more than 1,100 stations. And we will complete almost 400 to 500 stations in current year. Big program going on at faster speed. Indian Railway is planning to deliver such stations, 4,000 stations roughly, 4,000 stations by 2047 in Viksit Bharat. These are some photographs of completed stations. Gomti Nagar, recently completed in Ayodhya Dham. Some of you might have gone to Ayodhya and seen this station. So these are all reality. Kamlapati station, Rani Kamlapati, Bhopal. Gandhinagar capital. Visvesvaraya, Bengaluru. These are all completed stations. And other places, about more than 1,100 works are going on. These stations are planned as city centers. Wherever railway line or station comes, our first reaction is that it will divide the place in 2 parts. So we have come up with the scheme that we will join both sides of the stations. So, and it develop the station like a city center. We'll create the space, air space like this, roof plaza, where you can cross from this side to that side, and there will be some facilities for the passenger as well as people crossing the area. Integration of all, multimodal integration, where all type of transport agencies will be available in and around the station, metro, road, buses. Complete station is master planned with all commercial space and everything, and then we execute it in the stages. Circulating area. These are some of the photographs. Transit orient development. Chandigarh station is coming up now. It is in advanced stage. By next year, you will see the reality like this picture there. Vande Bharat, we have already discussed. More than 102 services are running. We plan to have 400 such trains by 2030, and works are going on at different stages. In addition to Vande Bharat, we have Amrit Bharat, Vande Bharat chair car, Vande Bharat sleeper. All these products are ready to be launched very soon, and then lot of this production is going on to provide good infrastructure and passenger comfort in the country. Much talked about Kavach. Kavach is indigenously developed safety aid for the driver. It is additional for the driver. If he misses some signal, this will facilitate for automatic braking of this thing. World over, developing such ATP system have taken 20 to 30 years. In Indian Railway, we started to develop our indigenous product after 2014, and last month we have finalized the specs. Work is already done in around 1,500 kilometer, 3,000 kilometer work going on, and 10,000 kilometer it is going to start very soon. So fastest development, indigenous development, and rolling out. These are some safety performance, but zero accident is only acceptable. Any figure showing is not good. We all are working wholeheartedly to reduce the unfortunate incidences, but unfortunately some or other things are happening. We are assuring all of you and the country that we are working hard and to ensure that we travel safely. We have taken some green initiatives. 2030, we want to become net zero energy railway. And in that direction, already railway electrification is almost completed. And there are so many other initiatives taken on this direction. So way ahead, what are the opportunities ahead? We want to double our railway network. About 2 lakh kilometer track we are planning. Take 1.3 lakh kilometer to 2 lakh kilometer by 2047. This will have investment of more than 11.5 lakh crore in next time to come. Elimination of level crossings by construction of ROB, RUBs. About 17,900 ROB, LCs are there. This will involve investment of more than 4 lakh crore. So huge opportunity, lot of work ahead, infrastructure development waiting for all of us. Automatic train protection system Kavach, about 50,000, 70,000 crore investment to cover entire Indian railway network. Automatic signaling, 25,000 crores investment to cover the required network. 100% electrification is almost over. 2 into 25 for heavily used sections. Investment of about 60,000 crore will be there. Station redevelopment, almost 1 lakh crore investment is going to come in different stages. And we are planning to complete 4,000 stations. Bullet train project, already I told you that work is going on. We will run on bullet train by 2027 and planning to add about 7,000 kilometers by 2047 in Viksit Bharat. In addition to that, we are planning elevated passenger corridors, about 20,000 kilometers, dedicated freight, and this will be dedicated passenger corridors. And world-class coaches, 72,000 Vande Bharat type of coaches are planned by 2047. Number of passengers are expected to grow from 700 crore to about 1,300 crore. Freight carrier per year will about 6,000 to 7,000 million ton we will be moving. We are also developing Hyperloop technology. We may be the world leader with Chennai, IIT Chennai. Indian Railway is working and we are in way ahead compared to other our competitors in development of this technology. Net zero carbon we are planning by 2030. First green hydrogen train is planned to complete by this year, and then 50 more we are planning. And like that, there are so many items, Gati Shakti terminal and so on. Some rolling stock, engines, lot of things are going to come. So lot of investment is waiting for all of us. I'll request the industry to come up with very good, develop the equipments, machines to deliver these infrastructure at faster pace so as to take the country in Viksit Bharat with a bang and become third economy of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful presentation about investment so far and also a glimpse to what the railway going to transform and then become one of the world's best in terms of passenger facility, network, safety, technology, everything. Thank you very much for that. Now I would request Mr. Dr. Arivar to give us some introduction what the government is planning and how it can benefit construction equipment industry. You started sharing a little bit, you can share with the benefit of all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, ICEMA, for having me and organizing this get-together, a kind of a conversation on the most important aspect of economic growth for the country, and probably there's a mainstay of our journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. As our respected Khandelwal Sahab has explained things and put a picture which is definitely very optimistic. And it's not just dreamy picture, but a reality, I would say, where the railways are just not having overcome that less capital to max capital nowadays, right? And then they are able to think about more than 2,000 kilometers of high-speed train, semi-high speed, Vande Bharat, that Amrit Bharat stations, Gati Shakti terminals, and then huge programs of railways like Rail Sagar, HDN, or the mineral and cement corridor, tremendous opportunities. I guess about 40,000 kilometers of track which is to be constructed, and then almost about 4.5 lakh crores of investment which is going to happen in the next 5 or 7 years. It's a tremendous picture. And this is not just confined to the railways. The roadways is also having equally high capex planned for. And you are seeing that the country has already decided to give that capital push basically to have, that infra push as well, which is a most essential component for economic growth, right? And this budget also has announced about 11.11 lakh crores, which is, you can say, doubled up in last just 3 years, right? And looking at this growth in the capex, you can always expect, right, on an average, 15 to 20% growth in the capital expenditure if we have to reach to the state of Viksit Bharat as we are aspiring for, right? And for this, as we have been talking about, you are the machinery or the sector which is mechanizing the construction and providing just not the speed to the construction, but also efficiency to the construction process of many projects. The government is also looking at the same thing, and the government machinery, therefore, which is engaged in just not approving the projects, but also planning the projects. And this has been, during last 2 years or so, has undergone a complete transformation. So today, the government machinery engaged in governance of the developmental activities, the projects, especially the infrastructure projects, more specifically, right? There's been an emergence of a new culture, a new practice, and which has been institutionalized in form of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. And this is just not, the word or a term which we keep hearing about, but it is a change in the culture and the governance in the government and the governance of the development as such. Today, we have almost reached to a stage where we can say that even the governance of the project has been automated to an extent, right? We are using all the resources available within the government, be it the human resource or the technology for that matter. So in this case, PM Gati Shakti, we are using the geospatial technology or the space technology for governance of the projects. So we have a geospatial platform, and then we have a very dynamic institutional arrangement, which we call as network planning group. Now, this network planning group, what it does is, it just, speeds up the approval process, the planning process. It is also improving the quality of the project plans, right? And it is also planning the implementation at the stage of project planning. So when we are doing the project development activities like feasibility study or DPR, we are also able to plan for the implementation at that stage itself. And also, we can, at least now we have this facility to avail to plan even the land acquisition, which you would be doing at the stage of implementation, just at the time of planning of the project, even at, pre-feasibility stage. So all these things are being done, and for this we are using geospatial platform, which we are calling as National Master Plan platform. It has almost every infrastructure asset on the surface in the country or even underground, right? It is mapped through the geospatial data, the latitude and the longitudes, and in some cases even the altitude means the height element as well. And this is the data which is helping us in even deciding the alignment of the railways, alignment of the roadways, alignment of the pipelines, etc. Now the project planning is just not fastened, but also the quality of the project plan has improved. And there are a lot of intersections or interfaces which happens with other infrastructure projects, either already implemented or under planning, right? They can be avoided, they can be foreseen. So there's quite an amount of visibility today to the planners when they are planning any infrastructure. Now, this is helping in a big way. Let me tell you, during the last 2 years, this particular mechanism has evaluated about 175 or 80 projects, major projects in the country, whose estimated cost would be around 14.5 lakh crores, right? They're not all approved projects, but they're going to be approved, right? So they have been evaluated from the PM Gati Shakti perspective, which, as I said, which improves the connectivity, intermodal connectivity, multimodal connectivity, connectivity to the last miles, and also able to plan those interfaces or intersections with other projects. So all these parameters have been applied, and these projects have been evaluated through the network planning group as a government machinery, and also mapped and planned on the National Master Plan, which is a geospatial platform. So tremendous improvement on this side, so you can be rest assured the quality of the project is going to be good. The commitment of the government to spend money for bringing up that project or infrastructure is completely there. So you can then now have greater confidence in planning your activities and, of course, applying your machines, which I call them amazing machines which create amazing structures. But I was just discussing with you, gentlemen, there are machines definitely we have imported in most cases, if not the equipment themselves, at least the technology. Good that you are manufacturing them in the country, right? But what I was thinking, like as we were discussing on the sidelines, is that these machines, they are definitely mechanizing construction. But do you think they also have a bit of intelligence? If it is already there, I would be very happy to understand that. But I think there is a need of combining the technology, maybe the digital technology or geospatial technology to these machines. I'm a naive maybe on this. I may be talking, kind of very unrealistic, but this is just an expression of, that expectation maybe. Because what we are seeing today is the construction, equipment, manufacturing industry, and the civil engineers who engage, with due respect to sir, we are definitely seeing these two sectors as almost challenged in a way. Of course, they are wonderful infrastructures which have been created, like Chenab Bridge, which is the highest bridge in the world. Tremendous infrastructure, tunnels, bridges, roads, and then that Mumbai, that Atal Setu, tremendous infrastructure. But again, you experienced yesterday that this city, which is, I would consider as the most infrastructure-wise blessed city in the country, still cannot endure the spell of rains. I think we'll have to find solution to this small problem otherwise manifesting, which may not be a huge challenge for you, I guess, but it's a challenge in the sense the citizens of this country, the user of the infrastructure, are looking at solution to these problems. I don't know in what way you can address this and to what extent, but there's just an expression of expectation if something can be done to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for letting us know the planning process of the government, how it works. I can assure you, sir, like what we discussed, we will share the technology roadmap of ICEMA with you. And also we will give you the best practices, what is being carried out in different countries. Later today, there is going to be a session on how quality and speed both can be done together in a futuristic way. So that will also be interesting to you will share that information also with you surely, sir. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Sri Vimal Anandji. Sir, we just would like to hear from you what is in store for our industry. You are free to say anything which is of help to our industry.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I represent the Department of Commerce, and I specifically handle export of engineering goods in the ministry. So I have a very small and very brief message for all of you. The target for the entire engineering sector for the coming 3-4 years till 2030, the target that we have set for the engineering sector is around 100 billion. And for the entire merchandise sector is around 1 trillion. So I understand it's a steep target, but, and today the point that we are at is around 20 or 30 billion dollars, US dollars, and by 2030 we have to achieve around 1 trillion. So the kind of work that you have to put in is quite tremendous, and the construction equipment sector is a small part of the entire engineering sector, but you are a very important part. I met a few gentlemen here who are presenting some of the biggest construction equipment firms in the entire world. So my request is that from our side, we are trying to improve in the DPIT, the industry department. We are trying to improve the overall ambience for growth of all the sectors, and specifically the engineering sector, the infrastructure sector. In the Department of Commerce, we are trying to improvise upon the older schemes, and we have tried to develop them into some new schemes which provide benefits which were not hitherto before available to the industry. For example, the RODTEP and ROSTCL. We are also trying to open up new markets for our industry, not only in the neighborhood, but also in all the continents of the world. So we are entering into some FTAs which have been quite anticipated, and some FTAs we have already signed, some FTAs are in the offing, some FTAs are nearing maturity. So we are trying to create an environment which will help you to fulfill the entire the aspirations of not only your sector but also the entire country. We also understand that you have some idle capacity also. For that, we are trying to create policies which will help you in completing the projects which are in the offing, and which will help you in developing your industry in such a way that you are able to utilize your capacity to the optimum level. And as a result, the export potential of the country will grow. By 2030, as I said, we have to achieve 300 billion US dollars for the entire engineering sector, and you also have a big contribution to play in this towards this goal. If you have any questions that you would like to ask about the export aspect of your sector, I would be happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll move on to Mr. Tarun Sharma. Sir, we are exporting a lot. one of the concern is the finance availability for our exports in the destination. If it is project financing, it's a different, but we make machines and sell to end customer through dealership, and there is a challenge. I would also like to give the background. In international market, we are not competing with the domestic competitors. We are competing with the international competitor who have deep pockets and are able to give very long-term credit. And this is one area where we have difficulty or challenge in meeting our expectations. So please give some glimpse on how you are going to help us in this way. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So on the side of exports, we've heard such lovely things about how the railway industry is shaping up and is growing so rapidly, and what our aspirations are to double the network. We've heard about policies as well. On the trade side, see, we've started off on something very broadly called as project exports. Includes turnkey, includes consultancy, supplies, and construction. Now, when we look at supplies of equipment, typically, when we're competing overseas, you see how the tractor industry is revolutionized in India, but again, largely servicing the domestic industry. When you look at overseas, we have some mechanisms. So, there are large houses like the House of Tatas. They have a company called Tata International, which is sourcing a variety of equipment, goods, and then selling it to dealers or to end users in countries like in Africa. Now, there is a very nice program that we've introduced. We heard about our objective of increasing goods to $1 trillion. So goods and services put together, the target is 2 trillion. So how do we achieve the 2 trillion? One, before we get into financing, is how do we look at further innovating, further looking at value add? A lot of times we stop focusing on the smaller folks. The value add coming in from some of your component manufacturers, from your suppliers is very, very critical. So machine learning, we heard about looking at innovation or looking at IoT is absolutely critical in all our devices when you're competing overseas. That aspect cannot be ignored. On our part, we are doing a bit in terms of supporting domestic industry to try and create greater capability. We've got a program called Ubharte Sitare, where what we're doing is working with the large equipment manufacturers, OEMs, to help support their vendors come of age, so that they can increase their value add, they can make her more capable, and thereby reducing the burden on the OEM. So that's a program under which we've started it off recently. We've supported upwards of 60 companies in a wide-ranging set of industry, which are all looking at manufacturing goods and supplying them overseas or to these vendors. So it might be, somebody like BEML who's got a vendor sitting in some place. How does he increase his value add, and make it more useful for the OEM? Now, in terms of directly supplying overseas, we've introduced a program recently, and this is typically from a learning from what's happening globally. Globally, when we looked at, the pandemic hitting us, and thereafter geopolitical conflicts coming around, we noticed that trade finance gaps were increasing very, very rapidly. When we first started studying it, it was around 1.7 trillion. It went to 2.5 trillion, it's about 2.8 trillion now. And this is a global study that is being done regularly. So normally we would say, oh, Exim Bank is looking at long-term financing. So we've supported AFCONs to do the Chenab Bridge because it's on ICB basis, or we've supported the Atal Setu where Tata Projects has come and done something, or we've supported the railway network in Sri Lanka where RITES and IRCOD are doing. Supplies mein hum nahi karenge. But when we looked at the trade finance gap, we said there is a need to do something there. How do we use our experience in over 100 countries to try and make a difference? So we started a program where today, I'll just give you a statistic and then what the program is, where today we've supported upwards of 500 supply transactions, about 15,000 crores, about $1.2 billion in 34 countries, partnering with 80 banks. 120 Indian companies have benefited in 14 states. We are looking in the first phase to go up to 75 countries and then a phase 2. Now what we're doing here is we are working with Indian banks and overseas banks. where we set up risk limits on overseas institutions so that Indian companies can, without any risk, a payment risk to them, supply. Now, typically what happens is, let's say that you go to your banker and say, I've got this order of, let's say, $20 million to supply this equipment to a certain geography. Let's say the geography is in Latin America. Let's take Argentina, or let's take Cote d'Ivoire in Africa. Now, typically your bank will say, oh, the economy is not good, so I don't have a risk limit. Or I don't have a bank on whom I've set up a limit there. Once the economy does better, we'll look at it. But they will answer you differently if you talk about Dubai or talk about any other emerging economy. Now, what we do is we look at such challenging markets and say, we've got a relationship with a bank in Argentina or in Cote d'Ivoire or in Nigeria or even Sri Lanka through all the turmoil. We continue to support Sri Lanka when it went through a lot of turmoil in the recent past, including IMF-led restructuring. We did not stop our support there. So we've got 5 banks there, for example. Each bank we have a limit of $5 to $10 million. Now, typically the seller comes to its bank, says, I've got this transaction. The bank asks us to either risk participate or we do 100% guarantee on that transaction, which means that if there is a payment failure, Exim Bank will go ahead and make that payment to the Indian seller and will look to recover it from the overseas buyer's bank. That is what we've started recently, and I was quite enthused with the success because it suddenly crossed 15,000 crores in a very short span. And we're looking to scale it up now, grow across geographies. So this is a fundamental need that was missing, which has come out now. And this is obviously in addition to what ECGC offers. So it's a complementary program. It's not aimed at competing with what banks offer and what the insurance institution that's ECGC offers. So we are doing, in terms of value, here we were talking to a company that manufactures crane equipment. I won't name the company, it's an Indian company, doing quite well. They got an order in Ukraine. Now the order was about $400,000. There was another request which came saying that I've got an order of about $200,000. We will support. We will also look at transaction-specific limits on a particular geography. So I was in Lucknow yesterday, and there's a company that is receiving orders from Uganda and Nigeria. They say, "Aap humko bata dijiye kis bank ke saath kare." So I said, if you negotiate with the buyer and your terms are fine, I will provide financing to a bank in Uganda or in Nigeria, even if it is a small quantum. Of course, for a large value, what we do is we'll go to maybe some certain identified banks and do larger. If it is even larger and beyond our risk-taking ability, we will say break it up in phases, which is fine, because you're anyway not going to supply a very large volume order at one go. It will be done in phases. And typically, if the payment terms so require that it's a longer term, so normally we see that there are some which will say 90 days is sufficient, or somebody may say 180 days is sufficient. But if it's going to, let's say, the equipment is going into a hydropower project, the equipment might require a longer term financing, which in those specific instances we will offer.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we are slightly overstepped on time. I would request now Mr. Sundaresan to propose the vote of thanks. You want to say something? Please go ahead. Just 1 minute, Sundaresh. Sir, can you use the mic?
Since last year we have introduced a new concept of event called the Bharat Mobility Expo. We are trying to brand it as one of the largest expos in the world, and it will cover the entire mobility spectrum of the country. And we also expect you to play a big part in that. For the construction equipment sector, the ICEMA is spearheading the entire sector. And the show for the construction equipment part will be organized in Noida. and the auto sector will be covered in Bharat Mandapam, and the auto component sector will be covered in Dwarka. We have already started the preparations for the second edition, which will be starting on the 17th of January of 2025. Last year, it was organized at just one venue in Bharat Mandapam, but this year we are covering, we have scaled it, we are hoping to scale it up by exponentially, and we have covered 3 venues. In fact, in one of the venues, there's so much demand that all the space, the existing space has already been booked by the early birds, and we are trying to explore ways to carve out more space for parties which want to participate in the Mobility Expo. So I would request all of you to come forward, be a part of ICEMA, and through ICEMA, please play a very active role, or rather proactive role, in making the Bharat Mobility, the second edition of Bharat Mobility in January 2025, a huge success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sudaresh.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. It was really a very enlightening session. Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar Khandelwal, Member Infrastructure Railway Board, for a fantastic presentation. So our hopes have increased like anything after seeing your presentation. So I think there are opportunities in every area: track enhancement, electrification, safety equipment, bridges, and so many things. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Surendra Agarwal, for explaining us how the network planning process of government takes place, and Mr. Vimal Anand on various points what the Commerce Ministry is doing with respect to policy making, FTAs, and things like that. And finally, thank you, Mr. Tarun Sharma, for enlightening us on the Exim Bank's operation. I think that many of them will approach you now, because it was a slightly some gray area. Now that has got cleared now, so most of us will approach you now. Thank you very much. And Shakti, thank you for doing a very good moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anand Sundaresan, for the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you for your engagement. And as a token of our gratitude to our distinguished dais, may I request Mr. V.G. Shakti Kumar to kindly present a memento to Shri Anil Kumar Khandelwal. Thank you for your time and presence. A token of gratitude to Dr. Surendra Agarwal. A token of gratitude to Shri Vimal Anand. And a token of gratitude to Mr. Tarun Sharma. This is our CEO session, the Insights of Indian CE Industry Vision for 2047. As we have all our esteemed panelists on the dais with us, I invite and also request our session moderator, Mr. P. Iswaran, to start with his welcome remark and his presentation on CE Industry 2047 Vision Roadmap, and also to take this session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Gentlemen on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. What I would do is I'll just take about 10 minutes, in reflection of what we had over the last couple of days. We had Mr. Sanjeet Singh from Niti Aayog. He spoke about the vision for Viksit Bharat 2047, as well as today we had Mr. Virmani also giving you a perspective on what growths to expect, and how is that going to impact Indian economy in a broad way. What I also did is keeping those in perspective and working with our GC members, all of them on stage here, and some of the others. We tried to really look at what does it mean to our industry, and what are the big drivers for us. And at the end of it, I have some questions which I've kept for the the august panel to really debate and discuss as to how and what would take us as an industry to the vision for 2047. So that's broadly the 2 or 3 things. I think I have about 10 minutes. I know we have the minister coming in at 5, so we'll try to ensure that we are on time. So maybe, as it comes, I don't need the presentation. So quick ones, right? I think if you really look at the vision for 2047, we are looking at an economy which if it grows at about, I'll take even what Mr. Virmani said, 6.5 plus or minus 5%. And if you take it over the next 23 years, we are really looking at about close to a 30 trillion GDP. And if you really look at a 30 trillion, the way you look at it, you would need an investment which would be in the order of about anywhere between 23 to 25 trillion. I can be wrong here, there, depending on how the exchange rates go, but you would really require. So generally you would require about 1.2, 1.3, but at scale you would require a little bit less because you will drive economies of scale and scope across all investment parameters. So one of the most important things that you would notice is that this would require investments in primary, secondary and tertiary. So when I say primary, think of agriculture. When I say secondary, think of industry. When I say tertiary, think of tourism, hospitality, leisure, everything around that. So that's broadly where we would land up. And I think the way they articulated it, I think we don't have a formal document as what was said, but the way they articulated, you'll have about 3 or 4 things of interest, right? One is GDP about 30 trillion, and making it possibly the third largest. The second is, I think, more important than that is investments, and you would have investments of about $25 trillion, maybe a little bit here, there, but you can't go wrong much there. The third that you would require is, and therefore across all dimensions of the economy, primary, secondary and tertiary, which would mean a more equitable development in the marketplace, which is what I think yesterday, rather this week in the governing meeting, they have also mentioned. The third is more important, I think, increase in affluence, so which would mean that per capita today at about $2,400 per capita would go up to about anywhere around 18,000. So you're talking about roughly about 7.5, 8x of per capita going up, which essentially means also premiumization of products. I think some of the examples were mentioned today of countries which had gone through the trap of the middle class and then going forward. So that's the third big element that you would look at. The fourth and the most important thing is that what this would mean is manufacturing contribution to GDP would be about 25% from the current roughly about 16-17%. And the current 16-17% at a 3.5 trillion GDP, is how much, right? It would roughly be about max about 500 billion. And you're talking about not 500 billion, but let's say 25% of 30 trillion. So that's the kind of numbers, about 8.5 trillion worth of 8 trillion worth of GDP is what you're talking from manufacturing. So India will be a significant manufacturing model. And today, if you really look at it, China is at about, let's say, close to about 6 trillion of manufacturing. So coming very close to what they are by about 2040 or so. They're still a little bit behind, but I think catching up well. And I think the last and the most important dimension of this is that there will be a significant participation of exports. So I think one of the big things that we are looking at, I think we have some of them on the screen, so maybe for some numbers. So, I think I mentioned most of it. I think contribution to global GDP, maybe I missed that. Contribution to global GDP today is about 3.5%. So we'll have a big part to play in the global value chain participation. So one interesting thing, I think all of you are CEOs of companies, I think one interesting thing for you to note, India's DVC index is about 0.36, 0.37, which is covering both upstream as well as downstream, right? And if you look at China's DVC, it's about 0.44, 0.42 to 0.44, depending on when you calculate it. So therefore, with the same operating model for your entities, you can actually address the global requirements. And you saw that, in the morning in the list you saw, there were about 40 sectors where they had more than a 40% presence. They have that 40 by 40. And you saw those details earlier, which means that the operating model is very much replicable for you. So you don't have to really worry about what new operating models to actually increase your global value chain participation. So that is something that I don't think it's generally spelt out, but you may have to keep it in context for you. So globalization is not so difficult for you as you think it is, other than for competitiveness. And then I think the last one, which is fundamentally the most relevant one, is I think they have a set of 6 focus sectors. The third one is possibly the most relevant for you, and which is the MSME support, because most of your sectors would actually be, significantly dependent on upstream value chains. And this budget and all the schemes for MSME support, including a collateral-free loan that they are providing, and the previous one which talked about equity infusions, all that is actually in this direction. So there is a continuum of policies leading up to 2047 across various budget elements as well as across policy elements. And that is something that you may want to really look at. So our CE vision has to necessarily be ahead of this, because we are in the upstream of the India growth story. And to that extent, I think your vision, and that's what I think your governing council and all your leaders have really looked at, is really how we are ahead of the curve, because we are in the upstream of the marketplace, right? So, no, it's not moving. So what we also did, I'm sorry, I think I skipped. Yeah. So I spoke about this briefly. So what does this mean in terms of investments for the market, right? Which is your most relevant model. And the investments for the market is roughly about 23 trillion or so, 22, 23 trillion. Most important is there is a near-term opportunity for you. I think you're all talking about, I think Deepak spoke about 250,000 units moving up from about 125,000 a few years back. Really a reflection of where there is a short-term opportunity in the marketplace. So today, if you look at it, you're talking about anywhere between 2.4 plus another 7.2, right? You're really talking about roughly 10 trillion being invested in the medium term, and then possibly another coming up much later. Therefore, I think there is a lot of near-term opportunity for you as well as a long-term. So it's just not about 2047, okay, yeah, it's about 5 CEO circles behind and it's 25 years. No, actually here and now that we are looking at. So maybe things for you to think in context. And therefore, what would our industry be, right? And if you really look at the numbers correlated to GDP growth, and we have also taken the models with which Shanghai was built, the model with which China was built, and therefore the traction of those industries, cutting out exports too, right? We have really not kept a lot of exports, but I think we can still add to it, which means that there is a buffer in your vision. The sector would actually go to about 100 billion. You're today at about, I think yesterday we discussed that the industry was about 9 billion or so. I think we are looking at, let's say, the market growing by about 9x and the sector doing about 10x from where we are, a little bit more than that. So therefore, we are really looking at roughly about 100 billion industry for the market. And what would that mean to you? It would actually be the second largest in the market by scale, not just by economy of scope, but by scale. So, and very close to China, which means that economies of scope will actually impact positively the competitiveness of all your enterprises, your upstream in terms of MSMEs, as well as your downstream in terms of what markets you can address. And therefore, a lot of opportunities coming in FTAs, which I think was also mentioned in the morning by Mr. Virmani, very relevant point, would be of great strength to, your core markets, Australia for mining. Let's say we are opening up UAE, NEOM coming up in KSA, and therefore the GCC FTA coming up. So phenomenal opportunities for you to have India for India and India for the world that you can really look at. And if you really look at it, you have opportunities both pre-Amritkal investments, which has already been built in through the NIP, and I think it's literally more or less close funded, so you actually have the opportunity. And the second is the Amritkal funding, which will kick in 2030 upwards. So I think a lot of opportunities for you to really look at. I would say that your 100 billion vision is a very, very realistic vision, and I think I'm sure as you go by, you will, I think your GC will actually refresh it to say that I think we achieved it much early, and therefore how can we really accelerate much better. But I think a great start for us to start with a 100 billion model that we are really looking at. And therefore, what did it mean? I think you would be the second largest, I said. It generate, I think, most important, right? You're actually serving national objectives. And I think yesterday, I think Deepak was mentioning, I think for every equipment sold, you'll have, I think, about 6 to 7 jobs getting created. You'll actually do a lot more. Therefore, about 50 million people getting gainfully employed in the marketplace on areas of significance, will actually contribute significantly to the GDP of India, right? Today, you are not a big factor contributor at 9 billion out of 3.6 trillion. I think you would fundamentally be a big driver of that. And obviously, you know, share of exports would be good. I think it's a little bit understated in our opinion as we drove it. It's our mistake. But the share of the global CE market will also grow substantially. So great opportunity. And I think it's all linked to the investment cycle that India is going to go through. A lot of ones in the short term itself for you to reach as well as in the long term. So that's a quick summary. Then I thought maybe, I think some imperatives for the panel to discuss. So, you know, that's what I'm going to ask them. Make it a little bit easy for them by asking the difficult questions. So I think a few things, right? I think first one, you know, how are you really going to make in India of significant value addition to drive the opportunities that you have, or at least take advantage of the opportunities that you have in the market? So point number one would be that. Second one is, how are you really going to impact competitiveness, both at three levels, right? Obviously, we've always been talking about national competitiveness. We'll also discuss competitiveness from industry perspective as well as from a firm perspective. And what are we going to do about that? I think there were some good examples of global journeys that just happened, but I think happy to discuss that. Third one is, how are you really looking at R&D spend? You know, if you're talking about an industry which is about 30 billion, rather about 100 billion to scale, and then you're going to address a world-class ecosystem that's coming up in India, then obviously you need to spend on what will be the future than what is today. So how are you going to do that? And then obviously, you know, how are some of the factor conditions which are disappearing in India, right? Logistics cost, etc. But how are we really going to take advantage of them as an industry? And, you know, we saw a lot of the discussions today. So those are things that I thought I leave this here as we speak to the leaders and have some questions from them. So that's a quick view from me on where the market is and what's our vision as what we have deliberated with the leaders, and then also some questions for them to ponder upon. So I think it's a good, you know, I think, thanks DK, I think it's a good suggestion. I think we've been discussing, and I think yesterday even Mr. Sanjeet Singh was very keen to actually understand what are the issues that we have from a sector industry perspective. And possibly we can also pass on a few things to the government where we are really looking at, you know, some of our big structural constraints that we have to address. So any questions from the audience to the group, and also anything that you have from a vision perspective? I think we can discuss both. So
hi, my name is Sanjay Patwari. I come from Bonfield Early Transmissions. My question will be first for Mr. Ramesh. Mr. Ramesh, just in the morning, you were talking about the dumping of the equipments that is happening in India. Now, as a component manufacturer, we have a double whammy. So when the dumping happens, we don't get to sell the components, which we are making in India. And then there's a dumping of components that is happening. So as ICEMA, what should be our stand on the tariffs? Today we saw the Niti Aayog person, Dr. Kirmani, saying that they are looking to push down the custom duties to 5%. So overall, how do you see the policy scenario, and what is the ICEMA's response to this? Thank you.
I think I'll first, So I'll first give my views in terms of the panel, then maybe the president can comment further on that. As far as duties are concerned, I think they're at a reasonable level in India. We're at, I think, 7.5%, and if it comes to 5%, it's good, but that's not going to increase our volume substantially, okay? The duties are at the right level, but what we need to ensure is, for the long-term growth of the industry, 100 billion, what we are talking of, or even 25 billion by 2030 and etc. We need to have the right manufacturing ecosystem, not only for the OEM manufacturers, but even for the component suppliers, whether it's Bonfiglio or others, fair competition. So we see certain areas where this is not happening, both in terms of machines and also in terms of CKDs and SKDs. So we are in the discussion stage at ICEMA level and also at various manufacturers level. And we'll also rope in the component manufacturers, and then we'll come with a strategy as to how we move forward on this. I mean, that's what I can say as of now. Unless Deepak or Vivek wants to add anything.
I think you covered it well. This is when it comes to, I think the key point what Ramesh was saying was we need to have a level playing field and it should be actually a fair competition. So I think these are the key words. And in that context, I know the standard thing what other industries pursue is a sporadic anti-dumping duty, and I know that's one way of addressing it, and that's probably, I would say, it's an ICA. I'm not saying that we won't look at that as an option, but nevertheless, we are also wanting some more additional inputs from each and every one of you on what fundamentally we need to actually put in place so that we don't really get to lose that level playing field and fair competition. So any ideas from each and every one of you to actually put it as a process, right? So that it can actually be much more sustainable and it may not take too much of effort, because the quantum of effort it takes for any industry to go through that process on a sporadic way, on a need basis, and also it's not sustainable, right? It's a period for a limited period of time. So we need definitely some more additional inputs and ideas so that we can actually put that as a policy framework which we can suggest to the decision makers and then make it something which can be sustainable for a long period of time.
I think both of them have answered, but I'll give you a direct answer. Today, the DGFT, if you feel you are being unfairly treated, you can go to Director General DGTR and raise it. And there is a process which is followed. And we, along with a couple of industry partners, there was an issue, we raised it, and it got support from the finance department also. So if you feel you are aggrieved, today probably is the best time to take it up and go forward. And there are lawyers, there are firms, and I feel as a country, we should be more aggressive on this. And the net result of that will be the ecosystem here will be forced to develop, which will be beneficial. But at the same time, it needs meticulous work, a lot of documentation, data, because it is scrutinized at multiple levels, because this also falls within the ambit of WTO norms, etc. So, but there is a well-defined process which you can follow and take it forward.
Well, I think, since components is an area where we haven't seen that many representations come to the panels or to the GC, I think it's the first time this has been raised from a component level. So my suggestion is that, please collate some data to prove that there is a case that we must look into. And I think the manufacturing supply chain panel together with the GC will definitely look at it and see if there is something that ICEMA should champion. Surely it's not, it's a body for all of the members, and I think it's the first time we get a request at the component level. What we've seen so far is mostly on the machine level actions that have been taken, and they have been taken as well. Right? So, and then of course recently there's a case of the breakers and breaker components that have also come in. So please, if you do see a specific area, bring it up, and definitely we can always form a core group for a specific concern component area, and that group can then champion it through the ICEMA offices.
Any other questions? Yeah, I think there's a mic required there.
I'm Anil Lingayat. I represent the ICEMA, which is the Material Handling Industry Manufacturing Association. Just a word of caution, because we find in ICEMA, FTA agreement was made between Japan and India and Korea and India, maybe around 15 years back, when India was more dominant on diesel. And an FTA was made for zero duty on electric products. And so unfortunately today, while we make electric products in India, but FTA allows Japan and Korea to bring in forklifts in zero duty. So just a word of caution that presently, because FTAs are being signed with 3 more countries, we should be careful about it, that the future trend is taken into account in those FTAs.
I think that's a very valid point. And so far, if you were to really look at how we have been actually just pursuing anything, I know there is a technology panel which is actually there as part of ICEMA. And in fact, in the morning, I was actually discussing about in the AGM that that used to be more of a reactive panel, that we have a problem and then we go behind actually just advocating a solution for the problem of the policymakers, and we get it. And we have been very successful in doing that. And obviously, having said that, that doesn't really mean that we are actually just preventing the problem from happening in the future. So we need to be proactive, and that's one of the reasons the tech panel has created a technology vision roadmap that goes back to what you said. It's not about looking at what technology we have today. It's about looking forward on what could potentially happen. And once each and every one of the sector has that in perspective, then we can actually be much more comprehensive and forward-looking in those FTAs, which can protect the interest of the local manufacturers no matter what. I think that's definitely something which I would say that, ICEMA is proud of because we have it. I'm not sure how many sectors have it, but I think definitely it's a very valid point, and I think there is a way to address it, and we can all make sure that every sector actually puts that in perspective. I know what it means in cement industry. I'm not the best person to comment, but of course, the Cement Industry Association can actually just predict on what the future would look like, and then make sure that that's actually embedded under the FTAs.
Maybe I can just add to it. Of course, the material handling industry, which you represent, we started communication more recently in the last 6 months around common points of interest in that sense. The fact is, for the construction equipment industry, when you look at our real exports of the total data, I think today close to 35% is actually of our production is getting exported. So we are not today a little bit having that issue, which is, even though FTAs are existing already, for example, between Korea and India, it has not affected the business significantly from that perspective, because there are other factors at play which are impacting the industry. So as an industry for construction equipment, we've been able to manage this. I think yesterday in the human capital panel, this was also mentioned that India has today become an R&D center for certain products globally. So the entire, I think it was compaction was emerging as one such product area where India is emerging as a global R&D center for compaction equipment produced anywhere, required for any part of the world. So I think as an industry, we have been a little bit ahead of the curve from that perspective. So the FTA might actually benefit us because we are trying to enter certain geographies which we have not entered so far. And maybe it might actually, maybe you would like to add there, Deepak.
So I think I wanted to be quiet, but since Dimitrov raised it, these FTAs work both ways. And I can share something with you. For years together, when any data was presented, Japan and Korea were kept outside. I can tell you from JCB, last year we exported more than 1,000 machines thanks to this FTA. So there will always be a balance on both sides. I think as an industry, we have to see what we can leverage. And today, as Dimitrov rightly said, we are today competitive. Our products are at the right quality. The emission norms are moving up. Today probably is the time to leverage this FTA to grow more, get benefit of it and get into those markets. Obviously, there are certain countries with whom I think none of us would have exported any machine while they continue to bring machines here. That certainly has to be challenged. But I think both Japan and Korea are huge markets. We also exported machines to Japan recently. So that is an opportunity for all of us.
But that said, I think as associations, which have similar components, I think we should collaborate wherever you have, challenges. We are, of course, open to discuss and, have some common strategies around that.
Anyone else wants to have a quick question? Yeah.
I'm Rajesh Bhadoria, representing Monitu. Basically, I have one question, it is regarding the new technologies, basically. For example, on electric or hydrogen, for example. As ICEMA, we should be more aligned to the government to understand what will be the long-term policy for this. Because, okay, I have read something on hydrogen, green hydrogen, for example. But what exactly is it going to come in terms of the real working in terms of some roadmap? Because cars and all, we know that to some extent they are going for electric and all that. But for our kind of equipment, which is having a different duty cycle and all that, I think at some point we need to have some more collaboration or understanding from government that what exactly is it going to happen in the coming years? Because somewhere we read that by 2030, hydrogen and all that will come, green hydrogen. But what exactly is going to happen? We should be really a little bit more aligned as ICEMA and as a construction equipment. I think that's my question.
As a technology sustainability panel head, I should take that question, but I would only request, I'm not so sure whether Manito is participating actively in the technology and sustainability panel.
Yeah, we have
because
representation.
we do discuss these topics there. So we have a sustainability agenda there, which we're working with.
We have representation from Manito on technical side also.
Okay.
But because it was a bigger forum and there are
Sure.
more
I will
things planned
definitely
up.
come to answer that question, but I think we are working with the government on both the hydrogen roadmap as well as the electric. The first thing you need for any such product to be introduced is standards. So right now, what is the current conversation between the ICEMA as well as government is mostly around release of standards, both for the electric machines, because there is no standards for homologation. They are just going to be published very soon. And for the hydrogen also, they have released the draft standards. So I think it's in the process of being, to publish some standards so you can work with it. Such roadmaps do not have a particular year of launch and stuff like that. That is based on the market evolution. We do not put some things on those lines. So I think other than that, what we are working with actively is the emissions and the safety roadmaps, which are already existing. So, oh, you mean the infrastructure? Yeah, okay, the charging infrastructure and stuff
Everything,
like that.
what you're saying is right. One part is standards, but besides that, what government is going to actually provide in terms of infrastructure, that also is very important because, okay, we have standards, we have all that is fine. But in which year particularly, like what all is the roadmap from government, for example, for hydrogen in India? I mean, we need to really be focused on that also because standards is one part, actual implementation or the infrastructure development, which is not in our hand, let's say, it's a part of government. We should be aligned or we should be knowing that. That's what I'm trying to emphasize on.
True. So obviously, we are working, as of now, our discussions around the sustainable technology space is more on how can government support adoption of electric, for example. We have a e-mobility sub-panel in ICEMA, which is discussing what kind of subsidies should the government offer for our industry. When it comes to the infrastructure itself, we do not have any active dialogue in that space because at least my belief is that it will be led by the transportation sector and then followed by the CE industry. So most likely that it is we are a follower there rather than the industry that can lead, given the number of installations we have. If you look at it, hydrogen ecosystem will fly when the automotive sector will probably take it up because the number of installed units is far, far higher than what we have. But that said, I think it's a very valid question. It's a good input for us to, I'll request Mr. KVK to just take a note so we will bring it to the, and also please do request your members in the tech panel to bring it up in our next meeting.
Anyone else? So maybe, I'll have a couple of questions, I think, to Mr. Singh first. I think the others had a few questions. So one of the things that, that is very noticeable is that the competitiveness for exports from India is not particularly high. And I think our value of exports is, close to about $500 million, maybe a little bit more. So and I think many of you represent companies which are globally present or globally competitive. So what do you think are the 2-3 things that we may need to do in the short term? I'm not even talking about the long term because the government is investing, the government is driving public-private participations, they're driving private investments. So how will we really go up the competitiveness curve?
So there are very good question because we are grappling with this all the time. Some companies are doing well in export, some companies are not doing well depending upon your product. So I think the perception in the mind of people in India that our products are very cost competitive. But when you look at from the eyes of a parent company, they look at many things. They dissect the product. They look at the quality, durability, reliability, and the life cycle cost of the product, regulatory, whether your product is meeting all regulatory. So if you have to export your product to Middle East and Africa, the standards are different, but if you have to export to Europe, Australia, Japan or US, standards are very, very different. There you have to meet the safety standard, noise pollution. There's so many standards that you have to make many changes in the product. I'm talking about the product like what we produce, excavators. So many times the question comes that the difference between cost of manufacturing, you will be surprised, between Indonesia and India, Indonesia is little better than India. The reason being, our cost of production, apart from material cost, the conversion cost is very high. Like you mentioned about logistics, you talked about electricity costs, ease of doing business. There is a major portion coming out of that. So I think as a country, we really need to understand that how do we take care of these aspects. This Gati Shakti multimodal is talking about that, but how do we execute on the ground is very, very important. So cost competitiveness, consistent quality, skill level of people play a very important role. So today, most of us are very good on that. We are doing very well on our cost of production, but in terms of logistics, in terms of conversion cost, we are not very competitive, and that is where we suffer. That is one part. The second is in terms of excavators where we are present. Regulatory is, there is no regulation for excavators. We are not even, we are fighting for BS4 and BS5, except North, South America, Middle East, some of other countries, Africa, these excavators are acceptable. Otherwise, you can't export them to anywhere else in the world. So I think government need to engage. We are trying ourselves through you to engage with government more and more to make them understand that how important it is to bring in all these standards in our country, whether they are regulatory, safety standards, ease of doing business, improving logistic costs. Whatever we do, our logistic cost is very, very high. By the time we will reach to single digit, they will go down further. So I think these are some of the issues which are very, very important. So that is my answer to your question. Yeah.
And you believe that, I think in the short term, we can address many of those, right?
Yeah, I think today the scenario is very positive. When we meet all these secretaries, they are very positive. They are ready to listen to us. We have given through ICEMA many representation. We have, I think they're making some roadmap, but we need to do it quickly. Yeah.
I just had one question for you. You know, we've always been discussing about the companies who are in the product and services portfolio, not necessarily the supply side of ours, you know, which is really dominated by MSMEs and let's say the smaller rung of companies. You know, as he spoke about standards, as he spoke about quality, we spoke about variability in quality, delivery, and a number of other parameters. Any views on how you're really looking at, and also skilling, right, that he spoke about? And the government has made some interventions now in terms of really encouraging about 50 lakh people to come into the programs and stuff like that. So any views on how, you know, examples as to how you think we can actually scale up some of these components pretty quickly? For example, skilling and quality in the MSME sector, which are our suppliers. Any views on how we can do it better, faster, and scalable?
Okay, so I think, you know, and again, jumping on to what Mr. Sandeep Singh also said, right, you know, a quick way to kind of improve our pace at which we do the skilling and, you know, meet the global standards is, I think, by improving the exports, right, you know, because that's one area if we focus on, that will automatically pull up our quality standards, the need to have skilled people, the need to have a very consistent quality, because again, I've been giving, and coming back to the earlier question also, like, you know, I was visiting a dealer in a European country, and we were supplying machines out of India, and he was showing me how he had, you know, covered the made in India part by putting his dealership sticker, right, you know. So we are still not there in a lot of the countries when it comes to the statures, you know, which they expect us to be. And that is probably because we are not providing them the consistent quality on a day-to-day basis, right? That all comes back to the skilling and, the quality of the component supplies which we have got. So while we have come a long way in the last few years' time when it comes to the quality of the component suppliers, but there is still, I think, an ecosystem which is quite missing right here which does not support the growth in, say, components like hydraulics. We still depend a lot on, imports, engines, large capacity engines are still imported a lot. So in my opinion, right, if we have to speed up, some of these things in terms of getting more and more MSMEs invest in these businesses and also get the skilling up, I think one area is wherein we need to pull up the exports. And I think that will have an automatic, immediate effect on all these factors.
Any intervention from an ICEMA perspective for all of you? For some associations have done it far more aggressively, right? They formed even component associations. They moved forward pretty well. So, any views on what ICEMA would intervene from a supply side perspective? Are there any affirmative actions? Maybe Vivek, Deepak, for your views too, in terms of how you're really scaling up your supply base as an association.
First and foremost, that's one of the reasons we realized that there's an opportunity for the association, and that's one of the reasons the manufacturing and supply chain panel was created. And our primary intent is to not to create a parallel association, because we do share a lot of common things with the automotive association. So one thing which we were discussing and then giving us an update in the AGM was how the strategic partnership panel, which is also one of the panel within ICEMA, is actually enhancing the reach out to ACMA to make sure that we are actually just looking at what are those common themes which we can partner with them, because we share a significant amount of supply chain while we have our unique supply chains. So first, that's an easy opportunity. That's a low-hanging fruit. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is, of course, we want to really just make sure that some of these local supply chains which are actually supporting us or wanting to get graduated to be a global supply chain. And as much as we talk about it, I think it's happening as we speak. Many of us are actually making products not just for the local market, but also for the global markets. And then there's the same supply chain which are actually indirectly exporting components, not directly to the global market, but through products what we export. And having said that, I think it's a journey. That's the next level of opportunity. And then comes the question of how do we really just bring in the capability of the India supply chain to the next level. I think that's the third one, which is going to be relatively difficult. But I think we have a lot of, I would say 80% of the opportunities in this space. One is the supply chain, what we share with the automotive, which if we can partner with ACMA, I think we would be anyway there, because ACMA is a large exporter. And then the next is, if we leverage the existing supply chain, what we all have, to the fullest of its potential, because I would say it's still under leveraged. If we actually utilize that, then it can actually bring in some additional momentum. The last one is the tough one, which we'll find out. Once we do this, then we'll go there.
I think it's a great start, right? At least synergies are being exploited with auto, and I think it's a good start for us to really have. Shalabh, yesterday, you sort of had a good start to the Human Capital Summit, and you had some examples to talk about. I think one of the things that I think was not spoken about so far is about the most apt repeated word these days, which is Gen AI and AI ML. So how's the association? I'm taking a leaf out of yesterday's discussion. So how are you as an organization, and more important, as a group of members of large companies, how are you really driving that agenda within ICEMA, and any learnings for our other members to really pick up through the panel or through, let's say, the committees that you have, etc.?
I think as an organization, many of us are realizing the wealth of talent pool available in India, abundance of talent pool available in India, the skill sets available in India. For CNH specifically, think of it this way: as of this morning, as of today, India is a region. So far, until yesterday, there were 4 regions: North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. And India was a sub-region within Asia Pacific. As of this morning, India has been recognized as a region itself, and we become the 5th region. Why? Because not only in terms of, let's say, the Viksit Bharat vision, but even the global supply chains, the global organizations are realizing that India has a huge value to offer. And that cost arbitrage everyone gets, it's there. But beyond that, in terms of the new technologies being developed, for example, the AI ML that you talked about, or in terms of the supply chain migration that is coming here through strategic sourcing, which earlier used to be more of opportunistic sourcing, is now becoming more strategic sourcing. So these kind of things, I mean, the technology, the engineers being churned down by IITs, etc., who are, we spoke about the GCCs coming up in India yesterday. We also mentioned it about today morning. These are trying to create value in India, and that is how we are competing with the rest of the world in terms of the number of patents being released, the time to market, the quality of product, and not just the cost. Cost is there, everyone gets it, but these are the other things which we are really doing to defend our space.
So what you were saying is that as companies, we have an opportunity for India and India for global, and the global can mean many things that we can do for the rest of the world. So, perfect. And Mr. Moses, I know I'm coming to you towards the latter part of the program, but I think, you come from an organization which is towards the east and now really looking at how you're expanding in many parts of the world. So what are the big changes that you drive culturally to ensure that the portfolio that you produce, and also for the learnings for the audience too, right? As to how are they really getting imbibed into the Indian ecosystem, or is there an Indian way that we do which is very successful? So what makes it successful? Is it a import of a proven model in terms of culture and activities that you do, or is there an Indian way that you do that makes it successful?
Thank you for asking me a question on the culture, which is a very broad spectrum I can play. I think it's very important for any leadership in the construction equipment industry to kind of not to leave the localization of culture also. So there is a certain, for even if you're multinational, there's a set of culture that we in India believe strongly, and especially with respect to yesterday's subject of handling human resources. It's a very, very sensitive subject. And I think if you have to reach, whether it's 2030 or 2047, we can't neglect them. Without them, we are not going to be successful. So there's a lot of empathy and to the culture of local, which comes. While the multinationals bring different strengths. So I think it's a culmination of both the culture, empathy to drive with a lot of concern about people, in local people, and because we have a vision to reach as a developed country, following those traditions that they followed, or some processes and systems. I think merging these two in a way that it doesn't disturb the apple cart is going to be the vital thing for the success.
Thank you. I think we are on time. I think we have the minister also coming in. So, esteemed panelists, thank you so much, and also to the audience for some fantastic questions. I think there are some aspects and thoughts for the General Counsel to the GC to take, Governing Council, and also from their perspective, a few views on what they've been doing, which I think will be very relevant to all of you. So thank you so much, everybody, and a pleasure having you here.
The Honorable Minister would be joining us very shortly. Our next session is a plenary session, and Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, the Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries, will be joining us very shortly. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. It's our honor and privilege to welcome our honorable chief guest, The Honorable Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, the Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries, Government of India, your policies and vision have greatly benefited our society, economy, and our country. We are grateful for your dedication and guidance, and we look forward to be guided by you and contribute towards the continued growth and success for our country. From you that will shape the future of our country and nation, driving economic growth and realizing the ambitious goals of Make in India initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. We aim to gain insights into the roadmap that will lead us towards a prosperous and self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Welcome everybody once again. To invoke great deliberation in this session, I would like to quote from Rig Veda, Ano bhadraha kritvo vishvataha, अर्थात सर्वत्र चहु ओर से कल्याणकारी विचार हमें प्राप्त हों. May all the benevolent thoughts come to us from all the directions. With this line, on the onset, I would request Mr. V. Vivekanand, President ICEMA and Managing Director Caterpillar India Private Limited, for welcome and special address, please.
First of all, on behalf of ICEMA and its members, I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Minister, Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy. Thank you very much, sir, for actually being with us. And it's a momentous occasion for us. And this industry association is actually almost nearing 75 years of its inauguration, and it's our pleasure and honor to have you participate in our AGM. This is our annual general body meeting, and we always cherish the vision what the Ministry of Heavy Industries, because Ministry of Heavy Industries is the parent ministry, which is actually guiding us, and it's a beacon which actually tells us where we need to go, and then we have really seen a significant amount of support which we are getting from the Ministry of Heavy Industries, and we look forward to really just hear from you on the vision, what you lay out for us, and then how we can actually partner with you to make sure that you are able to actually just enable the vision, what you actually have for us. I'll give you a little bit of background about ICEMA. ICEMA is actually Indian Construction Equipment Manufacturers Association, and we are a strong association with over 135 manufacturers. And ICEMA has got a significant amount of OEMs from various countries. We have a good amount of Indian companies, and we also have a lot of multinational companies who have got a strong manufacturing base set up in India, and that is something which clearly aligns with the Make in India initiative of MHI. So I would say that ICEMA has got a good vision of making sure that India not only has the good amount of capacity to meet the growing global domestic demand, but also ICEMA want to become a net exporter and also want to become a global manufacturing hub for CE equipment. And we are well on track to do that. So few years back, based on the guidance from Ministry of Heavy Industries, so we actually just starting down our vision plan. And we aspire to become, we are currently the third largest industry, and we aspire to become second largest industry by 2030. And I'm glad to say that we are well on our trajectory to become the third largest industry by 2030. And the industry has been seeing significant amount of growth in the last couple of years, duly supported by the kind of the support we are getting from the government of India, and which actually puts a lot of focus on actually infrastructure development, because we take pride in building India's tomorrow, because we make all the equipments, which my colleague Deepak Shetty will actually walk you through, which actually plays a significant role in nation building. So we definitely take pride on that, and we are very happy to be part of India's growth story. And we had a very good session in the morning wherein we actually heard from various stakeholders on what's the kind of a vision we actually are setting our eyes on Viksit Bharat 2047. What we would want to really just see India as when it becomes a developed economy, and then what that kind of explosive infrastructure growth it will have, and how we need to be prepared for it. So we actually are working towards putting Viksit Bharat 2047 vision plan for ICEMA, and we would definitely want your guidance as we actually put forward. We just started that exercise and we just deliberated this morning, but we do want to really take your guidance as we actually get through those process and then put that document in place so that it is exactly in alignment with what you would envision this industry to have. So we definitely are a very forward-looking association, so we would be more than willing to actually just be proactive. In fact, there are many instances we have been very proactive, not wanting to comply with the requirements of the government. We are actually wanting to be proactive in terms of meeting the international standards. So all the equipments which are made by those member companies here are actually meeting international standards, and there is a significant amount of export which is happening as we speak. We do want to grow the export much more significantly than what we would do for the domestic market. For getting the economies of scale, but there is a significant amount of export which is happening. The member companies of ICEMA currently export to 130 plus countries globally as we speak, and that's already happening, and we want to ensure that we are able to actually just serve the world from India and making India not only self-reliant but also actually a global manufacturing hub for a sea industry. So with that said, we are definitely grateful to have you here, and we look forward to hear from you on your vision, on your expectations, and your guidance on how you want us to really just tread our path moving forward as we actually put forward our vision 2047. So thank you very much, sir, for coming, and let's give a big round of applause to the minister. So with that said, I would now invite Deepak Shetty to actually quickly give a brief overview of ICEMA.
Honorable Minister, it's really our pleasure and privilege to have you with us. And considering that this is our first interaction or first opportunity to host you, we thought we'll give you an update about our industry. And the theme that we have kept for ourselves is building India's tomorrow. That's the theme on which the construction equipment industry is working. If I give a quick overview, the industry is known for both its variety and versatility that we have. The earth moving equipment, the road construction equipment, the material processing equipment, the concrete equipment, and the material handling. So all the major sectors of the construction industry are supported by the machines which are produced by our team members. And I'm very pleased to tell you that one special feature about this industry is all of us have constantly focused on engineering also in India. So that is a big plus, because of which we are able to not only manufacture equipment which are catering to the requirement of the Indian customers, but more importantly, the conditions, the soil, the ambient conditions, etc. So that is one of the big positives. Some of the earth-moving equipments, the hydraulic excavators, wheel loaders, backhoe loaders. Backhoe loaders is the machine which is carrying the largest segment, and also the dump trucks. All of this very critical on the earth-moving and mining side. Similarly, on the road construction, the compactors, the pavers, the milling machines. Material handling, pick and carry cranes, mobile all-terrain cranes, crawler cranes, trucks. The telehandler is again a nascent industry which is slowly building up. And this is very popular in the tunnels, etc. Recently, when we had a problem in one of the tunnels, one of these machines was playing a very important role. Road construction equipment, we mentioned. Concreting equipment, the batching plants, concrete mixers, and the concrete pumps. Material processing equipment, the screeners and crushers. So just gives you an idea, sir. It's a broad range of equipment that we supply. We have 50 plus OEMs, including global MNCs and large Indian players. It is literally a list of who's who of the world. Amongst the major fabric suppliers, we have 21 who are locally manufacturing, and then there are who are also importing from outside, catering to the various needs. And as you see, our plants are located all across the country, right from north near Faridabad from here till up to Chennai, and particularly Bangalore also is a very important base where many of our OEM partners are located. If you look from the end-use sector, around 35 to 40% of our machines are in road sector. Similarly, in mining. So literally in all these industries, there is a big contribution. The industry has been performing very well thanks to Honorable Government's vision, and particularly since 2014, we have seen really a very good growth. Obviously, there are some years when we had COVID challenge, etc. But still, in those years also, the industry grew, which was very positive. Last 2 years, it has grown 26% odd. This year, we have seen some challenges, particularly around the election, the model code of conduct, etc. But we are very enthused to see the announcement made as a part of the budget, and I'm sure this will further push the industry forward. There's a detailed list of segment-wise classification. I will just move on. If you look at the present status, the industry turnover is almost $9.5 billion, and 50 plus OEMs, as I mentioned. 3 million plus employment is created. So one of the thumb rules that we follow is each of the machine which is sold produces around 6 jobs. And this, the majority of these jobs are produced in rural India. So it also is a big employment generator. We are talking about 135,000 plus unit. And today we are the third largest in the world after USA and China. And some of the key demand drivers we all know, I would say at the base is the government's focus on infrastructure development, which is a key demand driver. As was mentioned by Vivek, we have laid out our vision plan for 2030. And our aim is very simple. How can we become the second largest in the world? And how from around 135,000 units, we can move to 250,000, 2.5 lakh units. That is the opportunity. And as it was mentioned, this industry is a great example of Atmanirbharta or Make in India for the world. Today, we are exporting to more than 135 countries. And many of us are exporting the machines right to the US market also. And that makes us actually stand a little different from the the car industry, who are still looking not at those global markets, but our industry has already moved into those markets. This is an outlook that we have for 2035, and in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision, we are now working on creating a vision for 2047, the Viksit Bharat vision. And that was also part of the agenda here to discuss about how we are going to grow our industry in next 25 years. And this is the outlook. So, sir, I thought it would be important to give a quick overview. Thank you very much, and we look forward to the interaction.
Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, the Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries, to kindly release this report. For his address to this esteemed hall, kindly we request for your guidance, for your insights, for your vision. Sir, may I please request you, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please welcome our chief guest.
Mr. V. Vivekanand, President, ICEMA and Managing Director, Caterpillar India Private Limited. Mr. Deepak Shetty, President Designate, ICEMA and CEO and Managing Director, JCB India Limited. Mr. V.G. Shantikumar, Convener, ICEMA Manufacturing and Supply, Chain Panel and Chairman and Managing Director, Swing Shutter India Private Limited. Seema Gupta ji, Namaskar. A very good evening to all dignitaries. My warmest greetings to all of you who have gathered here to be part of this event on CE industry. Indian CE industry, which is worth about 9.5 billion US dollars, is today the world's third largest after the US and China. It is a key enabler of infrastructure development in the country, as it supplies some of the critical heavy equipment needed for infrastructure projects. Therefore, the industry is playing a major role in the ongoing nation-building exercise of the government, which in turn is crucial for realizing the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision of the government. Besides its contribution to nation-building activity, the CE industry is also a significant job creator, providing employment to more than 3 million people directly and indirectly. Given the importance of the CE industry for enabling the growth of infrastructure and the Indian economy. Ministry of Heavy Industries is consistently working to further strengthen the policy ecosystem by introducing positive and growth-oriented measures. The CE industry has the potential to expand and become the second largest player in the world by 2030. This will help create additional jobs in the industry. The Minister of Ministry of Heavy Industry extends all policy support that can enhance the industry's manufacturing strengths and abilities to make India the manufacturing hub for construction equipment. Given the government's enhanced focus on infrastructure building and the expected increasing in the pace of construction activity as the country moves towards realizing the goals of India 2047, it would be crucial that the CE industry prepares itself well to meet the emerging equipment requirements of the infrastructure and construction projects in the country. The CE industry has a well developed product line. The need of the hour is to now introduce the next range of modern, tech-enabled green machines that not only help in reducing time and cost of building infrastructure, but also promote the agenda of sustainability to achieve net zero emission target by 2070. This will also help the industry become globally competitive and expand its exports substantially. While the industry strengthens its product line further, it would be important to strengthen the supply chain ecosystem as well, which will help the industry become self-reliant. The industry is still dependent on import for some of the high precision components, especially hydraulics, undercarriages, and electricals and electronics. The details of the import data for sector capital goods sector for last 5 years, I will look into it while I am coming here. Machine tools import, dice molds and press, textile machinery, printing machinery import, earth moving mining from 2019 to 2020. Now at 2023-24, however, the achievement and the graph raised by all your effort, actually I am looking at. The industry should aim to gradually reduce this dependence by controlling the non-essential imports and collaborating and encouraging the domestic component players to expand their portfolios to include these components. This will reduce import bills on one hand and cushion the supply chain against global economics and geopolitical fluctuations. Ministry of Heavy Industries, under its scheme on enhancement of competitiveness in the Indian capital goods sector phase 2, is facilitating development of common technology development and services infrastructure. Under this scheme, 33 projects with total cost of rupees 1,367 crore, including rupees 963 crore from central government, are providing testings, skilling and industry accelerator facilities for capital goods manufacturers. The Samarth Udyog Bharat 4.0 initiative by the Ministry of Heavy Industries is especially relevant in this context as it aims to facilitate and create a robust ecosystem for propagation of Industry 4.0 set of technologies in every Indian manufacturing unit by 2025. The projects initiated under Samarth Udyog Bharat 4.0 includes awareness campaigns, training of trainers, startup, incubator support, handholding of SMEs through consultancy services, collaborating with the neighborhood universities for student training internship programs, involving industry in promoting sustainability, involving as many clusters of capital goods as possible. The construction equipment industry can thus benefit greatly from the facilities offered by the Samarth Udyog initiatives. Ministry of Heavy Industries would welcome increased interaction with the industry to communicate their needs, which would enable us to facilitate them in collaboration with other relevant ministries as required. We therefore look forward to an era of enhanced collaboration between the government and the CE industry to propel the industry on a high growth trajectory and enable it to attain its potential. Friends, as a heavy industry ministry, my industry's role is very smaller one according to me. After I am assuming a charge as a minister in this ministry, I am going through several review meetings. I am getting information that our ministry is actually divided and several ministries they have distributed. Example, in commerce department, they have some role, finance department, they have some role. My role is very limited. But one thing I will tell you, I am a coordinator in this actually. The contribution given by our all corporate players. My role is a coordinator role in this heavy industry. Anytime anybody for the development of this country, the vision which we are seeing in the mind of our Honorable Prime Minister, his goal is first stage in 2030, second stage of Amrut Kal 2047, then third stage of 2070. His vision is in a big way. He is actually intended to develop the country by bringing this country in the number one place in the world. For that, my industry, we will give full cooperation for all our industrial players, partners. I am with you. Anytime you can utilize my service for the development of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Guest. Thank you, Shri H.T. Kumaraswamy, Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries and Steel, for guiding us for your vision. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Mr. V. Vivekanand for his interaction with the Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for being part of this session, and thanks for the insights and then the vision of what you actually outlined as part of your speech. And we are always excited to actually get the right kind of attention. I know you mentioned multiple times, and whenever we need support, you can actually just count on us. And I am telling you that from an ICEMA standpoint, we actually get a lot of attention from Ministry of Heavy Industries to the extent that some of the other sectors actually envy the quantum of attention we get. So I would definitely say that we would want to continue that kind of an attention because of the strategic role, what we believe is we play for the development of the nation. And in your speech, you did talk about Samarth Udyog Bharat 4.0, and I know there is a lot of framework which is being developed by MHI on actually embedding the Industry 4.0 elements. And my question is, if you look at some of the competing economies, they have got a framework and they have actually got a scoring, objective scoring methodology, and then they also actually just encourage people to adopt technology, by virtue of which they can actually be very progressive and also competitive and help position themselves to be actually competing in the global economy. Is there any specific thoughts which you can share on what will it take for us to get to put that framework?
Actually, I am the background of agriculture background. After the Narendra Modi's becoming third term as a Prime Minister, he has given me the responsibility of heavy industry and steel industry. From last 2 months, I am meeting several friends from several sectors. I am getting all information. Prime Minister's vision is globally we have to achieve in a big way. For that, actually, our ministry, whatever proposal you required for the development of the country and development of your institutions, I am ready to cooperate with you. But for the development of the industry and our country. For that, actually, whatever your experience you had in your career, if you share with me, definitely I will going to give full strength to your achievements for the future success.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, sir. We have a manufacturing and supply chain panel who actually works on enhancing the competitiveness of the entire value chain. We will take this as an input and we will actually come back with a suggestion which we can actually just take your views and then take it forward in the coming days. And the next important thing what you are actually telling about is the kind of the interface what your ministry can do with other ministries. Because we do have, as Deepak shared, we are an industry, we have a very diverse product portfolios, and while fraction of the products are actually very well regulated and comes under one ministry, but there are a significant amount of the products which actually cuts across various ministry, which is partially regulated to completely unregulated. So we have been actually taking the support of your ministry in the past for making sure that we are able to put together a common framework, which we call it as ICEMA Act in parlance. So we definitely want to take your guidance and views on what is there a way we can actually just put together a comprehensive framework for the CE industry, which is very diverse in nature. And sometimes we get to see some regulations which are not so relevant applied, and then sometimes there are many relevant regulations which are missed out. So we want to actually just get your views on, is there a possibility of we actually collaborating with the Ministry of Heavy Industries to get a SEM Act, which we actually started pursuing in the past, but we had some challenges on that.
For that, actually, our ministry is open. The experience I got from last 15-20 days, several friends who are met me, they are bringing their problem about some hurdles in finance department and even from commerce department also, several problems are there. They are actually explaining what are the hurdles they are facing. For that, actually, our ministry, that's why I told you, as a coordinator, to strengthen your hands. For that, I am ready. Whatever proposal is there, anytime you can bring to me, I will going to helpful for in these issues. I am always with you.
Yeah, thank you. DK, we can take some questions from the audience.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us in this annual session. My name is Dimitrov Krishnan. I'm heading Volvo Construction Equipment. I also am convener of the Technology and Sustainability Panel. There is a very important request, which has been, a lot of discussion has happened with the ministry on the investment into a test center for our industry. Is a test center, because our industry has so many different types of products, every manufacturer cannot invest in the testing center. So as an industry, we need one common testing center where we can test different types of equipment in the same test center. So there is a detailed project report has been made in the past with under ARAI, and it is been with the ministry. So our request would be, if you could look into it and speed up that investment of, I think first project report was about 400 crores or something like that, which is for which a detailed exercise was done between the ministry and our industry. Collaboratively, we created a detailed report. So if you could help us speed up that progress of that test center. Thank you, sir.
Definitely, I will take it immediately. Anybody comes, you can come and meet me. I will call our officers. Immediately, whatever your requirement is there, your request is there, I will solve it.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Really grateful to you to come and address us. I'm Sandeep Singh from Tata Hitachi. We have a plant in North Karnataka in Hubli. I met you a few times over there. So we have been working with the government, especially with your department, to consider construction equipment industry in PLI scheme. It is a very strong case. Our localization is close to 65% on an average, but some of the critical components like hydraulics, undercarriage, because of low volume, we import. But there are companies in various, like in Japan or in Korea or in other parts of the world, who are ready to put up investment. And we have been working with your department and other department to seek approval. It is at a very advanced stage, and we would like your guidance on that. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Definitely, we will look into it, sir. Whatever problem is there, definitely we are going to solve it. I think in another few days or few months, a FAME 3 program will come. By that time, actually, what you are facing now, that we are going to solve it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I'm Shakti Kumar from Shringsheta. The question is related to steel industry, sir. For manufacturing some products, we import fine-grade steel from Europe. We buy a lot. But bringing them all the way from Europe, making into a machine, and sending back to Europe, that is what is going on now. Steel is not something which is very difficult in India. PLI scheme also allows to make special quality steel like this one, fine grade. But steel companies are more focused on volumes, wherever they get volume. Making this type of steel in advance will shift the manufacturing base out of Europe and US completely to our country, because then our product will become much more competitive from India than what it is today, bringing all the way from Europe, building the machine and sending it back to Europe. So both are under your ministry, Ministry of Heavy Industries and Steel. I would recommend you to look into this matter, sir. That is one point of the question. The second is, it's a popular demand for all our manufacturers. Our machines, which are getting operated by people, we are ready to skill them and certify them. So certificate as mandatory requirement for running the machinery. If you could use your office to bring this into an act, it will be very good, sir. Thank you very much.
Definitely, sir. After the budget placed by our finance minister, especially for skilling laborers, there is our ministry, our government wants to encourage for the skilling industry also. For that, actually, even the Europe issue also, whatever your advice is there, we are going to actually set it.
Yeah, if there are no more questions, thank you very much once again, sir. And I would let Shakti to deliver the vote of
Finally,
thanks.
one thing, Vivekanand, whatever issue is there, anytime, actually, I request all our honorable friends, anytime you can come and meet me, you can give me the feedback, positive direction, how we have to implement your problems in our ministry. I am with you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening, and firstly, I would like to thank you, Honorable Minister. When we reached your office on the first time, you said that, and you repeated many times your willingness to support our industry. and today recognizing us as a employment generating industry and also as a industry which is supporting nation building is a great recognition, and your willingness to take up the issue related to the industry and support. Really, we are thankful for that, for your assurance, sir. And I thank Vivek, the President, for giving a wonderful introduction, and President-designate Deepak Shetty for making a very simple and clear presentation about what the industry is about. And I thank all the audience for attending and making this event a big success, and for all those wonderful questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. V.G. Shakti Kumar, for the vote of thanks. And as a token of our gratitude, we would like to felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, the Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries and Steel. Once again, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for your valuable time, presence, and sharing your enlightening insights and vision for advancing our industry.
There are leaders, and then there are visionary. Taking people and society to where they ought to be rather than where they want to be is what separates a visionary from a mere leader. This rare quality is what sets apart Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, from many of his ilk. Born in 1957 into a free-thinking agricultural family, Nitin Gadkari at heart has always been a social worker inspired by the RSS founder KB Hedgewar's ideals of humanity and nation building. Taking off as a Minister of the Public Works Department in 1995, Nitin Gadkari made groundbreaking changes in the speed the city of Mumbai traveled. So impressed was the then PM Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji with Gadkari ji's performance as PWD Minister that he offered him a responsibility of weaving road nets in the whole of rural India. The outstanding Swarnim Chaturbhuj Yojana, of which Shri Gadkari ji was the chairman, is the culmination of these efforts. 55 flyovers dotting the city have made commuting in Mumbai much easier than ever before. The foundation for the magnificent Bandra-Worli Sea Link was also readied during this time. The jewel in the crown of Maharashtra, India's first expressway, the world-class Pune-Mumbai Expressway, is also a futuristic project imagined and brought to fruition by Nitin Gadkari. Connecting over 13,000 unconnected villages with an all-weather $100 million USD project is another feat accomplished by this far-sighted visionary. Nagpur, his hometown, has seen first of its kind double-decker bridge. An innovative beautification of flyover using local artists and painting of great political and social leaders was added attraction. Ajni Intermodal Station will have connectivity between long-distance buses, city buses, railways, metro and indirect link with city airport. Nagpur Broad Gauge Metro, which is a commuter rail project planned for Nagpur city and extending up to adjacent areas of Wardha, Narkhed, Ramtek, Bhandara and Chhindwara. World-class institutions like IIT, IIM and AIMS emerge and thrive under his watchful gaze. This is in addition to the over 1,000 Ekal Vidyalayas that go a long way into molding the future tribal generation. Performing over 10,000 successful heart surgeries is another stupendous achievement in his illustrious career as a warm-hearted do-gooder. The city of Nagpur is the first city to explore alternative biofuels for transport. These include bio-CNG buses. His innovative idea of India's first of its kind CNG-run tractor has proved to be farmer-friendly, cost-effective and helping in reducing air pollution. In a historic push for biofuels, Gadkari ji is introducing flex engines which will run on 100% ethanol, directly providing additional income to farmers and the agricultural sector. Sanskritik Mahotsav, motivating local artists to go nationally. Krida Mahotsav, supporting local sportsmen to showcase their abilities and motivate them to go nationally and on Olympic level. Projects like AgroVision are helping farmers with latest technologies and practices. His idea of using sewage water for power generation, use of ethanol as fuel, had added a whole new dimension to the city's development program. As India's current Minister of Road Transport Highways, he has re-energized the whole sector with his clear vision. With more than 40,000 kilometers of national highways constructed in the last 7 years, 60,000 kilometers of new roads under his supervision are being constructed. The speed of road construction from a mere 3 kilometers in 2014 has grown to 40 kilometers in 2021. The dazzling Delhi-Mumbai Expressway has set 4 new world records with 12,500 cubic meters of concrete being laid down on the 4-lane stretch of 25.4 kilometers. These world records are as follows: highway construction rate at 37 kilometers per hour. Construction of 2.5 kilometer long 4-lane concrete road near Vadodara at Delhi-Mumbai Expressway in 24 hours. Laying down of 26 kilometer long bitumen road at Solapur-Bijapur section of NH52 in 21 hours. A 50% growth in the length of the national highways in the last 7 years of the NDA government is a monumental achievement. The figures went up from 91,287 kilometers to 1,37,625 kilometers. Going further, INR 3.32 lakh crore is allotted for 22 Greenfield Expressway, initiated by the bridge building Messiah, as he is fondly referred to. Bharatmala and Sagarmala, 2 world-class access-controlled expressway projects led by Nitin Gadkari, are presently in various stages of construction. The Bharatmala project seeks to eliminate the perennial road traffic movement imbroglio across the country. With Nitin Gadkari taking charge, India's much maligned logistics sector has also metamorphosed from a point-to-point model to a hub-and-spoke model. This multimodal transport system integrates railways, highways, inland waterways and airports, conjuring a highly effective transportation grid, substantially reducing logistic costs and pollution. 35 multimodal logistic parks, 50 economic corridors, 10 intermodal stations are being readied for the monumental effort. Logistics summits with the international participants, including government organizations and the World Bank, leading to MOUs worth 2 lakh crore, have been held to add muscle to the initiative. Among his other endeavors, unprecedented progress is evident in port industrialization, national water highway traffic, jetties for coastal tourism, Ganga Yamuna cleaning, fundraising, asset monetization project, toll operate transfer. As MSME Minister, he has gone all the way to promote entrepreneurship, helping rural youth to adopt Khadi as a means of self-employment. The MSME Ministry has also found wings under Mr. Gadkari. He changed the definition for classification of MSME. Now, a company investing 1 crore and earning a turnover of 5 crore will be classified as micro company. The portal Udyam Registration UR offers faceless, fully online, paperless and transparent MSME registration process fully integrated with income tax and GSTN systems. His brainchild, Jal Kranti, Buldhana pattern of water conservation which changed economy of villages by rejuvenating water bodies, has won a global award. Mr. Gadkari introduced the first ever vehicle scrapping policy, which proved to be the fight against pollution and in the interest of road and vehicle safety. New FASTag policy is helping commuters to save their fuel and time on toll plazas. Some of his major work, like unprecedented push for research and development in electric vehicles, leading research and development for usage of waste materials in highway construction to cut down highway construction costs and generate wealth out of waste materials, developing ropeways and funicular railways in the remotest parts of the country, thus boosting tourism. Panchgaon project for women of making carpets from scrap cloth is a classic example of women empowerment. Khadi Prakritik paint, which is made from cow dung, is aiding in employment in rural areas and have exponentially improved rural economy. When all industries were shut in the pandemic, Mr. Gadkari empathized with people by conducting webinars and 800 plus video conferences. His quick decision making in procuring oxygen, PPE kits, helped those affected by the deadly virus. He generously donated ambulances to NGOs, helped to set up oxygen plants, factory to make remdesivir injections and injections for mucormycosis. Thus, by showcasing strong leadership and taking quick decisions, he handled the COVID situation effectively. His affable nature goes beyond everyday personal equations as he continues to transmit his radiance and ideas to every individual or organization with his unmatched zeal. Gifted with an ability to dream the seemingly impossible dreams and getting them to fruition also defines this clairvoyant visionary. Nitin Gadkari shines on as one of modern India's pioneering leaders and his work a template for the coming generations. If there ever was the infrastructure man of India, he would answer to the name Nitin Jairam Gadkari. There are followers, there are leaders, and then there are visionary. Taking people and society to where they ought to be rather than where they want to be is what separates a visionary from a mere leader. This rare quality is what sets apart Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, from many of his ilk. Born in 1957 into a free-thinking agricultural family, Nitin Gadkari at heart has always been a social worker inspired by the RSS founder KB Hedgewar's ideals of humanity and nation building. Taking off as a Minister of the Public Works Department in 1995, Nitin Gadkari made groundbreaking changes in the speed the city of Mumbai traveled. So impressed was the then PM Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji with Gadkari ji's performance as PWD Minister that he offered him a responsibility of weaving road nets in the whole of rural India. The outstanding Swarnim Chaturbhuj Yojana, of which Shri Gadkari ji was the chairman, is the culmination of these efforts. 55 flyovers dotting the city have made commuting in Mumbai much easier than ever before. The foundation for the magnificent Bandra-Worli Sea Link was also readied during this time. The jewel in the crown of Maharashtra, India's first expressway, the world-class Pune-Mumbai Expressway, is also a futuristic project imagined and brought to fruition by Nitin Gadkari.
गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत अभिनंदन करें श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का. Our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. माननीय मंत्री जी, आपके कुशल नेतृत्व और दूरदर्शिता ने भारत के सड़क परिवहन और राजमार्गों को एक नई दिशा दी है. आपकी नीतियों और प्रयासों के परिणाम स्वरूप हमारा देश आधुनिक बुनियादी ढांचे की ओर तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहा है. हम आपके अनुभव, नेतृत्व, मार्गदर्शन और आशीर्वाद के लिए कृतज्ञ हैं. हम आपसे प्रेरणा लेते हैं और देश के विकास में योगदान करने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं. On the onset, I welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highway, Government of India once again. Thank you so much for your time and presence. Sir, may I request now Mr. Deepak Shetty, President Designate, ICEMA and CEO and Managing Director, JCB India Limited, for his welcome and special address. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. It's really our pleasure and privilege, sir, to welcome you to the annual general meeting. And I would once again mention to the audience that whenever we request Mr. Gadkari to join us and motivate us and participate in any of our events, he always gives his affirmative. But today is special. He has just come back from a very important visit outside the country representing India, and he has still found time to be with us. Sir, I really want to thank you for this, sir. My industry colleague Vivekanand and Seema, once again, very good evening and welcome you all to the ICEMA AGM for the year 2024. Honorable Minister, at the onset, on behalf of the industry, I would like to extend our heartiest congratulations to you for your third term, also as a minister. Sir, under your leadership and your support to this industry, which has been very critical for our operations over the last decade, and we look forward to another exciting term over the next 5 years. Thank you once again, sir. We have always been impressed about your vision and your will to execute projects which are otherwise sometimes even those ones which are considered difficult or unachievable. I still remember during my initial interactions with you many years back, we had met you as an industry body and were discussing about the lean phase that we were going through. And you had very confidently said, आप अपनी तैयारी कर लीजिए क्योंकि डिमांड आने वाला है. And you had the confidence that the growth will be there. You had the confidence that the progress will happen, and you held our hands, and because of which we proactively invested in our capacity, and last few years the industry has really grown. Last 2 years, in fact, the growth has been around 26%. And this has happened thanks to the massive thrust on roads and highways, which has come to be a very important growth driver for our industry for last many years. The recent announcements in the budget where the focus on infrastructure development has continued is very heartening. Today, when we are seeing challenges around the world, India stands as a beacon of hope with the consistent growth that we have seen in the GDP over last few years. And this growth and this vision gives us the confidence to invest further and grow our industry. In the past, sir, India was looked at by the world as a low-cost country. But today, with the focus that we have given, the quality of the products that we manufacture, the investment in technology development, today India stands out as a value adder for the world. And sir, thanks to your vision, we are not only focused on supporting the Indian market, our industry today is exporting to more than 135 countries around the world in line with the Honorable Government's vision on Atmanirbharta or Make in India for the world. I would keep my speech brief because I know you are all very eager to hear from the Honorable Minister. I will end, before I end, I also wanted to say, sir, our industry has also followed your advice and guidance. I still remember your support and your motivation pushing us towards looking at the CNG machine. One of the first CNG machines for the world backhoe loaders globally was inaugurated by you. And similarly, last year, you had also launched not only construction equipment for India, but for Asia's first hydrogen-powered machine. And I want to give you confidence, sir, that with your guidance, the industry will continuously look at not only growing the market, but more importantly, investing in new technology so that the quality and the productivity of the product, of the execution of the project improves. With this, once again, I want to thank you for your presence today. And I also want to thank all my industry partners because they have joined us in a large number from not only across the country, but also from outside India. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak Shetty, for a warm welcome and special address. Before I call upon our Honorable Chief Guest to address us, बिना अतिशयोक्ति के कुछ पंक्तियों में बस मैं इतना कहूँगी, नितिन जी की दूरदर्शिता सड़कों पर नई रोशनी लाई, कुशलता और समर्पण से देश की प्रगति को बढ़ाई, परिवहन के विकास में प्रेरणा के स्रोत बने, हर परियोजनाओं में उन्होंने जन जन के सपने बुने, दृढ़ संकल्प और नेतृत्व से नए आवामों को छुआ। नितिन जी, आपकी मेहनत ने हर भारतीय का भला किया। And now the moment that we all have been waiting for, I would request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, to address this august gathering, please. Sir.
Mr. V. Vivekanand ji, President ICEMA, Mr. Deepak Shetty, President Designate, Mr. Krishnan ji, distinguished dignitaries, diplomats, and overseas delegates, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a pleasure for me to interact with you because you are the very important people who are accelerating the Indian economy and making India as a growth engine. Without your equipment, it is very difficult to construct the road, dams, anything, everywhere the important construction equipments are very important for our infrastructure development. First of all, one thing which I want to clear, because just we have the election, and because of election there was code of conduct. And that is the reason that the speed was slow. But I will assure you, within 3 months, we will finalize the contracts more than 3 lakhs crore and immediately start the work. Already we are in the process, and before end of March, our target is for 5 lakh crores. So 100% you don't bother about that. The second important thing is, in the Niti Aayog meeting, the Prime Minister indicated about the river connectivity and taking water from one basin to another basin. When I was Water Resource Minister, we have 49 DPR are ready now regarding the river connectivity projects. And today, the vision of Honorable Prime Minister is now, by developing the infrastructure, water is most important thing. And because of the floods, we are facing a lot of crucial problems. And this is the appropriate time that we need to take water from one basin to another basin, and by which we can save the life of the people, and at the same time we will save the wealth of the poor people, and we can take that water to the area where we need water. So this is a detailed project, and Prime Minister is already indicating about it. The other important thing is, our domestic demand is constantly increased. But the one important thing which is already you have noticed, that in the international market also, the demand is very good. Actually, when I was a minister taken as a charge, our automobile industry's number was 7. And just before 3 months before, we have just surpassed Japan, and now our number is 3rd. The size of the industry is now 19 lakh crores. And China is 44 lakh crores, and USA is 78 lakh crores. And our dream is to, as early as possible, we need to compete China, and we want to make India to 2nd number. This can be possible because of the automobile industry, the quality, the designs, the different type of fuels, all reputed brands in the world now present in India. Just before this program, I have a meeting with the managing director and chairman of Toyota. And he was telling me that they've just taken a decision to start their new project in Aurangabad in Maharashtra, investing 20,000 crore. And that project is particularly dedicated for flex engines and a new alternative technology which they want to launch. On the basis of that, they are going to develop this new project in Aurangabad. Actually, there is a huge potential for transport. I always telling to the contractor in the road construction that we don't want to compromise with the quality, but at the same time we need to reduce the cost of construction. Now in automobile industry also, because of the scrapping policy, where I am expecting you are also interested in that, by which we are now decided to scrapping of the cars and the vehicles of 15 years. And that is to be a huge potential for getting aluminum, copper, steel, rubber, plastic, and you can make the recycle of it, and making the cost of the components you can decrease. Now this is the time, by innovative technology using of different type of fuels. Actually, today also I have a meeting with the Transport Minister of Assam. And I was telling him that in Karnataka, the Ashok Leyland has taken the initiative and successfully implemented the project by adding 15% methanol in diesel. And at that time, they have also launched trucks and trailer on 100% methanol. So methanol economy is also very important. Now government has already taken adding of 15% of methanol in diesel. Now in Indian situation, the problem is import of fossil fuel is going to 17 lakhs crore. And not only it is an economic problem, but at the same time it is a problem related to the pollution. And because of pollution also we are facing a lot of crucial problems. So I always requesting all of you taking green initiatives. And I'm happy that you are also in your exhibition. There was machinery on hydrogen. And we are now giving priority for manufacturing green hydrogen into the country. And at the same time, the idea is the hydrogen is a fuel for the future. To reduce import, and 100% the need of the country is how we are going to reduce the pollution. The ethics, economy, ecology and environment, these are the three important factors for every country. And today, particularly you have to know the things that in Delhi, the Delhi people are facing crucial problem because of pollution. My request to all of you that you need to develop a technology by which we can use green fuel, electricity, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, LNG, CNG, and even we can make CNG from rice straw. Just 1 month before, I got appointed to launch the motorcycle of Bajaj on CNG. Now the Raju Bajaj was telling me that for the petrol motorcycle, the cost is 2 rupees 25 paisa per kilometer. And for the CNG motorcycle, the cost is 1 rupees per kilometer. So the middle class people, those who are using these two-wheelers, their 50 to 60% saving is very important. Even in the road construction, 1,000 crores of project, we are using 80 to 100 crores cost for diesel. It is hazardous and making pollution. I know that the lithium-ion battery is a big problem. But when we start this, the cost of the lithium-ion battery was $115 per kilowatt per hour. But now it is coming up to $100. And I feel that it will come to less than that. The constantly lot of Indian industries are now in the process of making lithium-ion battery in the country. The hydrogen is also an important fuel for the future. I have got the car from Toyota named as Mirai. In Japanese language, the Mirai words means future. And you are the people who are doing excellent jobs in your export. You are the best businessmen who can judge that tomorrow, the making hydrogen as a fuel and making the construction equipment will be a win-win situation. It will be great profitable for you. I don't want to quote the name of the company, but the managing director of that company was with me. And it is 4 years before. I was telling him that the electric is the future. He said, no, we have a program. We will launch electric car in 2024. Now they miss the bus. The company who taken initiative, Tata, Mahindra, their share in the car sector is increased. And the people who are making their planning, they are late, they miss the bus. So everywhere, the time is the most important capital. The technology is important, resources are important, but time is more important than technology and resources. I always tell to the people and my colleague that I like people who can get the things done. Even I like people who can take the wrong decisions. But I dislike honest people who don't want to take the decisions. To making fast decision is very important. And in a professional management, on a higher level, there is a risk. But taking decision with a speed, it is very important. We need to understand what are the futuristic development, futuristic vision, futuristic requirement for the people. India is the fastest growing economy in the world. And the dream of our Prime Minister to make Indian economy third largest in the world. And the whole world now, for any type of new machinery and other thing, they are preferring India as compared with the other country. I know that you have some problem regarding the custom duty and other thing. We have just taken all issues, understanding the issue from Mr. Shetty ji, and already in the next bill, we are considering all your issues in that it will give relief to you. We want to support you. We want to increase your productivity and your export, because this is the industry which is giving maximum GST to the state and central government, the automobile industry and your industry. This is the industry which is giving good export. That is also very important. And third is employment potential. In the economy, to create employment potential is a big problem for the government. And because of your export, by increasing your capacity, you are going to create more jobs, and that is to be very important. India is the world's third largest construction equipment market. And I will request you, low is crime. I am confident that you have got the potential that you can make India as #1 world's largest construction equipment market. The way in which the development, research you are doing, your future is very bright. And the most important thing is, in India, the labor cost is very cheap. So production cost will be reasonably, as compared with the other country, the cost is less. And that is to be the great strength for the industry. The industry size is rupees 79,000 crore, and total volume of industry is 1.35 lakh units. And domestic sale in first year 2024, 1.23 lakh equipments. Current year on year growth in sales is 26%, and export for 12,000 plus equipment, rupees 6,700 crores. The estimated investment from market is rupees 32,000 crore, and employment is 30 lakhs. The construction equipment sales are projected to increase 3 times to touch 2.5 lakh units by 2030. I know that some of the people was thinking, because last 4 or 5 months there was some code of conduct, other thing, the new contract was not signed. But I will promise you that within 3 months we will sign the contract more than 3 lakh crore, and up to the March we will take it up to 5 lakh crore. We have a lot of proposal, and money is not the problem with my ministry. We don't have problem of resources. We have a very good reputation in capital market. Once we got the opportunity to launch our InvIT bond in Mumbai Stock Exchange. The bond issue was subscribed for 7 days, and I was in Goa. The first day when we launched, within 7 hours, it was 7 times oversubscribed. I immediately rushed to Mumbai and closed the issue. So there is a huge response from the people to NHI. So we don't have any problem. Our present total income is 55,000 crore, and next 2 years it will go up to 1,40,000 crore. We are monetizing the road assets by which we are getting the money, so there is no problem about the resources. But at the same time, our mission is to how we are going to use new technology, new invention, new research in the construction, by which how we can improve the quality and how we can improve, reduce the cost. That is very important. Yesterday I was in Dubai. I was in one factory that is Spanish-American joint venture, and they have making, I am just telling them, why you are not in position to make a precast concrete slab in load construction. People are making experiments. The precast technology is also a future for the country. So my feeling is, even you can diversify your business towards hydrogen filling stations, towards manufacturing of green hydrogen, and also in road construction. Lot of new machinery which is already in USA, Germany, Japan. If you can make the technologically joint venture with them, and you can make here in India, it will be definitely going to be useful for our future development. I am confident that the industry is doing good job, but every industry needs research and development. And actually, I don't know whether you have the facility for that, but you have to spend some money on the research and development, the innovation. Because I always convinced by this concept, the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. So in the technology, the new research, new innovations, using of different type of fuels, expansion of the business is 100% going to helpful for you, because we are the fastest growing economy in the world and our export potential is very high. And that is the reason that your industry's contribution in nation building is very important. The dream of our Prime Minister to make Indian economy of $5 trillion by 2047. The water, power, transport and communication, all the infrastructure is going to develop. The infrastructure budget of our government is 11 lakh crores. That is 3.4% of the GDP. The road sector accounts for 45% of the domestic construction equipment demand. And 2014, 91,287 kilometer NH in 2024. It is 1.5 lakh kilometer, 60% increase. And I'm sure that now the way in which we have decided 100%, it is going to be double growth for that. So today don't bother about the construction industry regarding NHI. I am assuring you that we are making a lot of new projects, express highways, tunnels, bridges, and I feel that it will give you good potential for your working. The budget increased by 9 times from rupees 31,130 crore. In 13-14, it was 2,76,351 crore in 24-25. 27 greenfield express highways and high-speed corridors are in the process. And I am confident that because of that, 100% it is to be opportunity for you. But at the same time, there is a slight confusion in my mind. If you are going to increase construction, you will get good business and more diesel will be utilized and to create a lot of pollution for the country. So now it is your duty that how you are going to reduce the pollution also. We want development, but at the same time we have to maintain ecology and environment. And for that reason, I am requesting you that you should be working in the direction by which vision carbon neutral country by 2070. About 400 crore liters of diesel consumption per year by Indian construction and mining sector. For 1,000 crore road project, expenses on diesel is 100 crore. About 9 million metric tons of CO2 pollutants released per year from construction equipment. I feel that this is a serious issue. So you should concentrate on alternative fuel, that is biodiesel. Now adoption of 20% blending of biodiesel is allowed. ARI has approved 50% of blending of biodiesel. The JCB CNG backhoe loader, world's first dual fuel machine, operate on mixture of CNG and diesel. I am giving my special thanks to Mr. Shetty and his company for taking that initiative. I am expecting the other companies also should think on this line. The advantage of electric equipment over diesel one is the initial cost is 2 to 3 times, but life cycle cost of electric machine comes down to 25% of diesel machine. Lesser fuel cost, 30 to 50% saving compared to diesel. Highly efficient, 80% output compared to diesel machines, it is 35%. The lower maintenance, noiseless and zero emissions. Huge demand of small and medium-sized electric equipments and machines. Backhoe loaders, medium-sized excavators and cranes constitute 75% of the construction industry market and supporting for immediate implementation of e-mobility. I am really happy that you are all thinking on that line, but as early as possible, this is the need of the country that we need development. At the same time, we have to reduce the pollution. And economic point of view, we have to reduce the import of fossil fuel. There were two things which I will request you regarding the training of the people who are operating construction equipment is very important. Because somewhere the people are taking training as an assistant by you, and that is not perfect. Some scientific methodology by which every factory should take the initiative in their factory or somewhere and giving training, 3-month course, 6-month course. I will see that you will get the permission from our skill development my ministry. And because of that, the skilled manpower is very important. And the second important thing is, I will request you, if you can open your own ITI related with your subject. Also, I will recommend to government regarding you can train the people of good quality. They will get the employment not only in India, but even abroad also. So this is to be important thing which I feel that the universities, engineering colleges, ITI should start course of skill programs, and where if you can cooperate them, I feel that it is to be a win-win situation for the industry, because there is a huge requirement of certified skilled drivers, machine operators, technicians and engineers, because this is very important, and even these people will get the jobs into the different part of the world. I am really happy that integrated development in this industry is very important. You are the best people who are doing excellent job for the country. Your contribution in the development of infrastructure is remarkable. And most important thing is you are creating jobs and making good export for the country. I am really happy that 100% the future of this industry is very bright. I only assure you that as a department, we will take all preventive measures, and whatever the suggestion from your side, we will find out the options and we will make the law and we will support you for your development. Once again, I am giving thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring words, for sharing your invaluable insights on the future of the industry. Your vision and leadership have been indeed pivotal and instrumental in driving India's progress in this sector. We are very grateful for your valuable time and presence, and I would request now to President ICEMA and Managing Director Caterpillar India Private Limited, Mr. V. Vivekanand, to felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest.
Okay, I once again thank you, the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji, for actually being part of this momentous occasion. And as my colleague Deepak Shetty said, that whenever we ask for your presence, you are always there for us. And we have been really excited to have your guidance, by virtue of which, when we actually started our interactions a decade back, we never had a confidence that our industry will have this kind of a growth. And as you rightly said, that you actually said you can be rest assured that the demand will come, and then we are at a point that industry has already grown 3x as compared to what it used to be 10 years ago. And we are very confident with your vision and leadership, we would definitely grow another 3x in the next decade. And thanks for that. And you have always challenged us on three aspects. One is on the safety, the other one is on the sustainability, and other one is on the solutions, because you always challenge us that whenever we want to really just sell an equipment, that equipment should have the highest level of safety to ensure that nobody gets actually hurt. And then when it comes to the sustainability, the emission is one portion of it. It's not just the emission, it's all about the end-to-end cradle to grave, right from the selection of the material to the circular economy, what you actually outlined. So we have actually taken that guidance seriously. And then the last one is, you always challenge us to come out with innovative solutions to actually reduce the cost of the project, which is actually the solutions what we provide to the customer. So as an outcome of that, we actually started drafting a technology vision roadmap, and we actually got one, and we will actually hand over the copy of you, and then we will get a time with you to actually come and walk you through how we have actually embraced that. So thanks for your guidance, and which is actually culminated into a technology vision roadmap for ICEMA, which we were able to make. And during the XCon, you always challenged us with why you aspire to be the second largest, why not you aspire to be the world's first largest. And in line with that, we actually started drafting our Vikshit Bharat 2047 vision. And we have got the preliminary draft, and I think we are closer to that, but we will definitely put some more additional thoughts and then come and actually meet with you on what we believe will it take for us to become the world's largest industry. And we do believe that we have a good opportunity to become world's largest industry for construction equipment because of the sheer inherent demand, and also we can be actually a global manufacturing hub for CE industry, and we are definitely going to be a net exporter in the next decade. And with your guidance, thanks once again for actually being with us and then being a source of inspiration and also a guidance to the industry. And we definitely are excited to have your guidance right through, and then we look forward to continued guidance from you. And then thanks once again for being with us. And I would just request all the ICEMA GC members to come on the stage for a photo before we close the session.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chief Guest. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Jai Hind.